Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, the day after the Aggies beat Seattle University for sole first place in the WAC, so that was a convincing win. Before we begin and have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Bencomo, join me in the pledge, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're going to have Jennifer Martinez, who's going to introduce our Pet of the Week.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office. And today I would like to introduce you to very cute pets. I'm going to start with Stewie. Stewie is a 5-year-old male cat. Stewie is a big-headed boy with a lot of love to give. He is very handsome and has a soft personality. This guy does like to take naps, and you might find him snoozing on his blanket. He thinks he would be the perfect pet for those who want a loving lap cat. And then we have our dog of the week, Indigo. You may have remembered Indigo from a couple weeks back. Indigo loves to go for a walk in the park and also hike in the mountains. He also likes to cuddle with his family afterward. He really wants to make your life complete. You can meet Stewie or Indigo by calling the Animal Services Center at 382-0018 and making an appointment. You can get their animal number at the ASCMV website, which is ascmv.org. And remember, you can visit the Animal Service Center's pets at the Farmers Market this Saturday from 9 a.m. until noon. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Jennifer. Okay, next is our Jobs of the Week, and it looks like Dr. Francisco Payades will be making that announcement.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. These are your Jobs of the Week for this week. Mr. Mayor, we have a school crossing guard supervisor, and this is with the City of Las Cruces. It's paying $18.07 an hour, and this is going to be closing on March 3rd of 2022. We also have an alarm room monitor, and this is with Chugach Government Solutions. The salary for this position was not disclosed. This position will be closing on the 11th of May of 2022. We also have a lab technologist mechanical engineer being hired by Leasing Incorporated. This position is paying between $23.07 to $36.56, depending on the experience. This position will be closing on March the 12th of 2022. There's also positions available for yard warehouse worker, and this is with Foxworth Galbraith Lumber Company, and this is paying $13 to $20, depending on the experience. This position will be closing on May 13 of 2022. There's also a patient care technician, and this is with Ernest Healthcare. The salary for this position was not disclosed, and this position will be closing on May 10th of 2022. And again, as always, for a full list of the jobs, the internships, the volunteer opportunities that are available in our community, go to www.employeenm.com or to governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And the information for the New Mexico Workforce Connection is at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, and their phone number is 524-6250, not very far from where we are right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Payades. Okay, next is going to be our COVID-19 update, and Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez will be making that presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, here to give the COVID-19 update and also a refugee update as well. Case counts are looking real good. As we all know, the news that the governor presented last week to lift the mask mandate, pretty much optional, but definitely indoors, you don't have to wear them unless you're in a hospital setting, assisted living, and other particular cases that they've mentioned. But the case count we've seen has really reduced in Doña Ana County. Last week, we've seen less than 100 of case counts. Our booster vaccinations and the total vaccinations have continued to rise a little bit in Doña Ana County. We're up to, with single dose, 95.7%. The rest of the state is about 82%. So we're doing well in Doña Ana County with 95%. Still have to work on getting the boosters there. We're fully vaccinated with booster shots at 43%. Hospitals are looking real good. Another reason why the governor lifted the mask mandate. They're not in the crisis situations. We've seen here in Doña Ana County a 61% decrease with new cases in the county, and new hospital admissions have dropped to 54%. We're still seeing the ICU beds and being used because it's a longer, lengthier stay for the patients. So they're still in there, and it takes a while. So we haven't seen the decrease as we have in the admissions. The FEMA vaccination bus had left and will be back March 10th through the 13th at Young Park to also assist and hopefully getting the young children vaccinated under age 5 that may be eligible for the vaccination. And the New Mexico Department of Health continues to offer vaccinations, but we're seeing a lot of the pharmacies and other providers taking care of most of the vaccinations in this area. Again, the City of Las Cruces, along with Doña Ana County Department of Health and the Office of Emergency Management, is issuing out various home test kits. We've been distributing them at different sites, and you can find it at findatestnewmexico.org. Ours are Mearshide, Munson Center, Eastside, and also the Franco Brian Papin Center as well. As far as the refugees, not much really to add other than they're seeing about 150 a week that come seeking asylum and going through the hotel and the process of getting transportation. The good news on those is they're seeing very few positive cases of those that are coming. 2 to 3 is also there. We're seeing a reduction in that as well. Myself and Ikani will later this week meet with the Afghan resettlement, Andrew Bird, and visit their location and see what additional needs they may need from the city. So that's what I had for you today, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eric. Okay, so now we're going to go to presentation of certificates, and I believe Councilor Bencomo has an award that she'd like to present to the Parks Athletic Team for Hadley Complex.
Is anyone from Parks and Rec, the team here, that would like to come down? Yeah, I see her waving at you to come down. You're here first, so you get the plaque. I'll read this and pass it over to you. Hello, wonderful. Welcome, everyone. So this is a presentation to the Parks and Recreation Department ball field crew who won a regional award. The City of Las Cruces Parks and Recreation Department Athletic Fields crew has won a regional award for its maintenance and care of the MAG, PAWS, and Hardy ball field complexes within the Hadley complex. The Midwest Division Complex of the Year award was recently given to the city's athletic fields crew. The award was presented at the 2022 Super Divisional Summit conducted by the North Texas United States Specialty Sports Association, the USSSA. Members of the athletic field team are Rudy Treviño, Johnny Valenzuela, Agustín Paz, Caitlin Gray, Steve Arellin, Orlando Orona, Jose Alfredo Paz, or Fred, Miguel Rodriguez, Jose Avila, Benjamin Banderas, Renee Armijo. The award recognizes what the USSA believes are the best kept softball complexes. The award is for a 13-state region that includes New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, Texas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida. The USSSA is a volunteer sports governing body and a nonprofit organization. Formerly known as the United States Slow Pitch Softball Association, the USSSA rebranded in 1998 because it expanded into other sports, including youth girls fast pitch, boys baseball, youth basketball, martial arts, and more. The USSA governs 13 sports in the United States, Puerto Rico, and various U.S. military bases, and in Canada. The organization has a membership of more than 3.7 million athletes. So congratulations, everyone.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank my crew here. Without their blood, sweat, and tears, we wouldn't receive awards like this. Second of all, my administrator, my director, for getting us the resources we need to accomplish these things on these complexes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you again. We really appreciate it. We know that there's a lot of fields to take care of and not as much money, but you guys somehow and gals get it done. So we appreciate it very much. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to read the conflict of interest statement. I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
None, Councilor.
None.
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 Okay, seeing
None.
none. Seeing none. You may see a familiar face in the audience. I think the other day, Councilor Bencomo asked if we could invite Mayor Marty Chavez, who's also the bipartisan infrastructure law czar, and so he took us up on that offer. Marty's been mayor for Albuquerque. Now, okay, so technically, Mayor, you are the longest-serving mayor of Albuquerque. Now, I know there's Clyde Tingley, but that was back when they were called City Commission, so he was just called the chairman. He served like about 20 years or so. So you are the longest-serving mayor of Albuquerque, second longest in the history of Albuquerque. So thank you very much for joining us. He's going to talk during public participation. He'll go last. So I usually start on my left, and I usually start on the first row. You have 3 minutes, up to 2 times during the council meeting for a total of 7. If you need to talk during one of the items on the agenda, please let us know, and you can say your comments if you have to leave. If not, it's 3 minutes for public participation. So I usually start on my first row on my left. So anyone on the first row? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Just need you to state your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Jeff Burnham. My wife Elvira and daughter Carolina are here with me today. No applause is probably allowed. Support me. My wife Elvira and I moved to Elvira, moved to Las Cruces in June 2001. We live on Gem Court off of Las Colinas Drive. This area is in District 5. Our home backs to Las Colinas Drive between Arenas Drive and Galena Drive. I am here today to report a speeding and safety issue on Las Colinas Drive. I sent the following message through the City Council website on November 8th, 2021. I received a message the same day that I should use incident 7930 when referring to this issue. I haven't received any other response. I'm going to read a slightly edited version of the message I sent. The Colinas Neighborhood Park and Playground is located on the east side of Las Colinas Drive between Arenas Drive and Galena Drive. We can see the park and playground from our backyard. The speed limit on Las Colinas is 25 miles per hour. The average speed of passing vehicles is about 40 to 50 miles per hour. This creates a serious hazard for children running across Las Colinas to the park and playground. Here's some suggestions I have about this safety issue. We could post a blinking speed limit, my speed sign on Las Colinas to verify if speeding is indeed an issue. We could have a police officer with a radar gun parked next to the playground to check drivers' speeds on Las Colinas as they pass. Traffic speed is the fastest during rush hour, as you might expect. Number 3, we could put stop signs and crosswalks at the intersection of Las Colinas Drive and Galena Drive, where the playground is located. Install speed bumps on both sides of Las Colinas approaching the intersection of Galena Drive. I also want to mention that, that speeding cars and trucks create a noise nuisance on Las Colinas, and I believe that the city has a noise ordinance in place. In conclusion, let's not wait for a tragedy to happen before we take action. I have some printed copies of what I have just read, if anyone would like to have one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. If you'd like to leave that with the city clerk, you may. Just per chance, I know I've received occasional emails from District 5. Did you email me by any chance?
I visited, there's a place you can go on the city website, and it has several different areas that you, and one of them is called, I think, complaints, and I send it through the website, through the city council website.
Okay, so I'm sure during the transition, because your council member just recently took office in the last couple months, and I'm sure her emails are just bombarded with well-wishers and people wanting to get a chance to meet her. If I may leave you my card, you can email me. We'll try to set up a meeting with the management team.
Great.
And Councilor Coran to see what might be able to do. So I'll just leave you my card here with my email.
Would you like me to leave the handouts?
Yes, sir.
With?
Sure, that's fine. You can leave it with the city clerk. Or you can leave it with me since you're right here. I'll give it to her. Thank you, sir. Okay, that was the first row. Anyone on the second row? Third row? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Peely, City Council, my name is Michael Potts, and I'm not coming here to speak about anything you have on the agenda today, but just to advise you of a potential deadly situation that we have here in Las Cruces that's ongoing right now as we speak. Now, I know the council has done all they can to mitigate homelessness here in Las Cruces. They provided a homeless shelter that's behind the Horse and Hound. They have the Gospel Rescue Mission that's right across the street from the Horse and Hound. But however, right there on Amador, we have a bunch of tents, campers. They're right there on the street and stuff. It seems like that somebody could take them and advise them that they have the potential to go back 100 yards, have all kinds of services and stuff back there. But the traffic on that street on Amador going back and forth, it just creates such a potential for someone stepping out in the street and getting killed. And that's ongoing, and it's been that way for quite a while. I'm not sure what the city has done about that, or if they can tell any of those people that this is the opportunities we have for you, and this is what we can do for you, or anything else. But I just hate to see those people there on Amador and on the corner with all the tents and everything set up. Not only is it bad looking for Las Cruces, gives us a bad spot, but it's a potential for any of those people that live there to accidentally step out into traffic and be killed. So I'll just leave that with you. I think I sent pictures to all the council members yesterday and a video. And while I was taking the video, one of the people, they didn't look like they were paying attention, but they wanted to come across and confront me about taking pictures, but I left before that occurred. But there's just too much of a potential, and I hope you'll take it under advisement to do something quickly about those people that are on Amador. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Potts, thank you for coming forward and sharing that with us. I think I was going to say, I know I saw an email of some sort, so that must have been you. I'll probably be responding here in the next 24 hours, but I appreciate you coming forth. I did have a chance to reach out to Nicole Martinez last week. I let her know that I have about 4 or 5 residents who would like to see what assistance they can provide to her to help, because I know they're short-staffed, and she said, okay, we'll try to figure something out, because HUD doesn't really like volunteers, but there's a way to try to help out as much as we can. I understand that the situation is accelerated. There was a discussion that we had back with the mayor's conference, and a lot of it, well, a fair amount of it has to do with Social Security, but looks like they're really pushing the executive branch to open that up, because a lot of people need that. So, but again, thank you, and we'll concur, or yes, sir, we'll confer with the city manager, see what we can do on that issue. So that was the 3rd row. Anyone on the 4th row? 5th? 6th? 7th? 8th? No one else on my left? Okay, now I'm going to switch to the right. 1st row, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Anyone on my right? Okay. All right, Mayor Chavez, looks like you're going to be up. So, where do you want me, Mayor? Right up here, please. So, just a little bit of background. I think I mentioned to you his service in the city. He was also state senator for the state of New Mexico for 3 or 4 terms as well, right?
2 terms.
2 terms, yeah. And still, you did a great job there, and ran for governor. You were the nominee. You almost beat Gary Johnson, so that's pretty cool.
Second place doesn't really count in elections, does it?
But Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham appointed Mayor Chavez as the bipartisan infrastructure law czar for New Mexico. I think you have, what, $3.7 billion, or in that ballpark?
Could be.
Yeah. Was your ride, did the limo, when they picked you up, was it good ride? Did you have?
It was very good. I want to thank you for that.
And the steak and lobster,
the food was, yeah.
Steak and lobster snacks were good? Yeah, good. So anyways, what we wanted to do, Mayor, is if you could kind of share with us, I just realized the media's here. There was no limo and there was no steak and lobster. But if you could just share with us, what exactly would you like for the city to kind of focus on? I had mentioned, infrastructure, high-speed internet, roads and bridges, and in sustainability, such as electric chargers and such. But they don't believe me. So I think if you say something, you might be able to convince them.
Well, you've been in office long enough, Mayor, that there's good reason not to believe you, I guess. It's. I do want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and council members, and congratulations to the newly elected officials. You're now officially part of the problem. In fact, you are the solution, and I very much respect what it is that you're doing. We have a lot of work ahead of us. I'll try to be brief and then answer any questions you might have. I've been on this since November 1. I was gliding happily into semi-retirement, and with all the introduction, basically means I'm old now, no longer prematurely gray. I'm just gray. But the governor snatched me out and said, we do this, we help with it, and it's such a significant opportunity to do some really good things for our state that I couldn't say no to it. 2 pockets of money: ARPA, the American Recovery Plan Act, which was fully appropriated between the special session of the legislature in December, and then this last session that concluded last week. That's $1.1 billion. Initially, the hope was to be able to do some large things with it, but what happened under the Supreme Court ruling that I think probably correctly said that the legislature has to appropriate federal monies when they come in those large blocks like this one did, was that the legislature basically just threw it into the kitty with all the regular capital outlay. And so instead of some big things coming out, it was just a lot of small things, which is fine. That's a prerogative under the law, but it did prevent us from doing some of the things we would have liked to have done with ARPA. Having said that, ARPA is now fully appropriated. You can try to see where it's at in House Bill 2. It passed in the session. Right now, because they mixed that with the traditional capital outlay, we're having a hard time pulling it out. And of course, as you know, all of this has to be reported back to the federal government. And so we should have that information for you by the end of the week. Specifically, what part of what they did last week in Santa Fe is ARPA. But that's $1.1 billion that is not yet on the street, but it is appropriated, and now we're trying to figure out how to get it spent effectively and quickly. I had 2 charges from the governor. One, get the money out the door. Doesn't do anybody except for the banks, perhaps sitting in the bank. And 2, to do it in a way as much as possible it's transformational for New Mexico. The second amount of money, and this is where in our office we're focusing the attention now, and that's the bipartisan infrastructure law. That's the 3rd or 4th acronym that they've had. I'm not fond of it, but Washington says bill, that's what it is. It is for New Mexico, $3.7 billion. Mayor's got it exactly right. That will be coming into the state. 60% of it is formula. 40% of it is grants, competitive and otherwise. And by formula, particularly for the public here, basically what they did in legislation is they sweetened all of the federal programs that implicate infrastructure that are administered by state agencies. So money's coming into the airports. I think that's about $98 million over 5 years. That goes to a specific formula, depending on the size of the airport, how much it gets. Same thing with roads. Broadband is about $1 billion, probably about a third of what we need to actually connect the state, but it's a really nice transformational start on connecting everybody. The balance, so the good news and the bad news of having to go through the formulas is that, one, it's very knowable. You can see the pathway. Most of these are existent programs, so you know what the rules of the road are with those programs. There are some that are new programs that are started, and for those we haven't received federal guidance as exactly what we're going to need to do to access those monies. The balance will be primarily in grants, competitive and traditional grants, and I would commend to you, we sent to all the cities and counties 2 weeks ago. It's called the BIL guidance book or guidebook. It's a dandy little document. It's 435 pages long. Read it on your laptop if you want to go blind. And that basically has every single place where that money is going to go. And in the digital format, it has links, so you can go to the different pages of the different agencies and see exactly what the requirements are. And again, it gets, for people to think that government finance is easy, well, it's not. It's complicated. We are in the process of developing a dashboard that has 2 purposes. One, we want to be able to track every single dollar. The governor is really passionate about making sure every dollar is accounted for. And we want to be able to trace it from the source in Washington down to the actual contracts on the ground as we work our way through the process. So that's going to help all the policymakers to assess what's going on, but also as a transparency exercise for the public. There's still a few people out there that think this is a socialist plot somehow to build bridges and roads, but it's not. It's just infrastructure, which and legitimately called the bipartisan infrastructure law because it was bipartisan in both chambers of the Congress. And so it's something that this is what you and I do, we all do together in government. We build infrastructure. There is a third piece of legislation that failed, Build Back Better. I don't spend much time on it because it didn't pass. That had a lot of what I call the human infrastructure dollars in it, housing and things of that nature. We'll see what they do, but I'm kind of busy right now trying to figure out what they did with the BIL. So basically, I'll give you an example of how this dashboard will work, and we'll be ready to roll it out here in the next 2 weeks. You take money that goes through the legislature. They then appropriated, let's say, for Economic Development Department, $7 million for outdoor recreation grants. That money then goes into their existing grant program. You apply for it, meet the criteria that are in those grants, and then that money will go down. We want to be able to track it through each part of the process. What applications were made? Once it's let, to whom was it let? What contractors actually got those contracts? What's the timeline on the project, to whether it's an outdoor trail or whatever it may be? What's the timeline? So we can track it and see, are they on schedule? Are they behind? And then hopefully at the ribbon cutting. Within the BIL, some of the money comes very quickly. Some of it is spread over 5 years. Hopefully we'll all be around to see at the ribbon cuttings for these monies. For ARPA, must be obligated by 2024, must be expended by 2026, or you lose it. And then BIL, it will depend on the specific revenue stream, what the timelines are for that. Two sins, at least my book. One is leaving money on the table. So we really want to sweep every corner and get as much money in as possible. And then the biggest sin, and I'm sure the city manager knows this very well, reversion. We don't want to revert a single dollar because we couldn't get it spent. Not going to be easy. We have never spent this much money in this short a period of time in the history of the state of New Mexico. And when you put that on top of the capital outlay that the legislature had available to them this past week through the severance monies and other monies, and all of a sudden it gets, and then the ARPA, that's a lot of money to put through some very small tubes, if you will, to get it spent. Mitch Landrieu is the White House czar. He's a good friend from the mayor days. Mayor Migashima knows him well. And I had this conversation with him 2 months ago. I said, boy, you're going to run into some real capacity problems. Where are the electricians? Where are the carpenters? Where's the workforce? Because in New Mexico, as around the country, we're basically at full employment. And you see the help wanted signs everywhere. And he was very direct with me. He said, Marty, that's not my problem. That's your problem. And he was right. They can't send electricians from the White House out here to help us, bricklayers and the like. We've got to address that. Now, I think we're going to stumble through this in that regard because we just know there's not enough bodies to put this money to work. But we want to work with you. We want to ask for your patience and your clarity and ask the same of us as we work through this to get this money onto the street. One of the things that I'm proud of in my tenure at the city of Albuquerque is we got a lot of things done. And we built things. And I think that's one of the reasons the governor tapped me was to gently nudge the agencies. We're looking at everything that expedites process. So if something calls for a grant, but a grant isn't really necessary, I don't want to go through that process. It's just a delay. And I'll give you an example because EV chargers are going to be early out the door in New Mexico as we start to spend it. The state had about $11 million in the Volkswagen litigation settlement to construct EV chargers. And the Environment Department went through this whole process of developing these guidelines for grants. Equity was part of it. Very, very important in all of this. Equity and sustainability are going to be lenses through which all of this money gets viewed. But they went through this whole process, and I'll tell you an example from my hometown of Albuquerque. Not one EV charger in the South Valley, not one EV charger in the Southeast Heights, except one that services Fort Hills area. It's a country club area. The poorest, most demographically diverse, or maybe even not diverse, areas of town got nothing. That's not equitable. If you go statewide and you go west of the interstate, almost nothing. And that's the poorest area, particularly when you bring into the tribal nations and the sovereign nations there. And so I contend that I could sit in a room with the data, with some smart people, put pins on the map, and I get at least 90% of it right, which they didn't the first time around. So anything that will expedite process. We know you had a hiccup here with your audit on getting money out the door. Sometimes it's local procurement processes that can slow the money flow into the streets. And so we want to work with with you if you have some aspect of your procurement process, and we can help you find a way to expedite that. We have a rule in my family: no one goes to jail, so we don't want to break the law, but we want to be right up there at the envelope to push this money out the door, put it to work for New Mexicans. So, broadband, extraordinarily important. We have a fellow, Matt Schmidt, who will be here in the state shortly. He's currently in Illinois. He did one stretch in the Wisconsin State Legislature, is the broadband coordinator with this new Office of Broadband Coordination. He's going to be very important to you. He'll be administering both direct grants, but also competitive grants. And the goal, of course, is to wire New Mexico. Roads, bridges, dams, river protection, resilience, and that's part of my portfolio. And the buildings. State's a huge landlord, as is the county and as every municipality around the state. How can we work with you to help seal those envelopes on the buildings, do whatever it may be to make them more energy efficient? Because that will, again, be a major lens through which all of this is construed or viewed, and that's, what are we doing to reduce our carbon footprint? That is an imperative that you will see as you go through the guidebook on the BIL that is there throughout. Two things, in addition to the equity and climate change, this White House is firmly committed to high-paying jobs and the expenditure of these dollars. Spell union. And I'm very supportive of this. The governor's very supportive of this. But when you go out to bid, you're going to find out there are preferences. And they specifically call for project labor agreements. I don't know if you've ever done one down here. I only recall one that we did in Albuquerque that the state did during Governor Richardson's tenure. Very controversial. But at the end of the day, there's so much money that there's going to be plenty of work for everybody, and we can afford to pay good wages. But if you go to a grant application under this legislation and it doesn't have good provisions for good paying jobs and benefits, you probably aren't going to get that grant. Because that's just the bias of this, and it's a bias that the governor supports, I fully support as well. We are working with the community colleges, with labor on their apprenticeship program to see what we can't do to juice this workforce development. It's an issue that all of us have addressed in New Mexico for decades, all around the country. Workforce development, very critical. The long-term stuff, probably not going to happen. But if there's something we can do in the short term to really beef up our workforce, we want to do that. Central, it's TVI when I would grow up, but if you go to the community college in Albuquerque to study electrician, to be an electrician, that book is great. But you're not an electrician, so you worked under some crusty old electrician and actually learned how to attach, a lead to a battery. That's who you want working. So we want to work all of those different avenues. We would ask you to speak with clarity as much as you can. We want to do the same. Again, ask for your patience. It's going to be a lot of work to get this money out the door successfully. But at the end of the day, goodness gracious, what could be better than a kid in rural New Mexico actually getting online and being able to do all their homework, or a young adult applying for work, because you can't do it on the phone. That will transform New Mexico. The roads that are needing repair, the dams that need repair, the bridges that need repair. And you've all heard this before, our country has fallen behind other developed nations in infrastructure development. And so this legislation fixes it. It's a goal that has eluded presidents of both parties for decades. We're finally here, and it's going to take all of us working together to get it done. Finally, there will be a bias throughout on projects that are somewhat more than just an idea, something maybe if it's already started design, or you've got the stakeholders all aligned so that we can go forward. But if it's just something you came up with on a Saturday morning because it seemed like a good idea, probably not going to end up getting funded because the bias, again, is to get this money out the door. So with that, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mayor Chavez. Thanks for that really in-depth ideas that you gave me. A lot of them was taking notes, and I didn't realize 40% were grants. So that makes sense, though. That's good. So I'll just see Councilor Beta has a question over here.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for taking the time to come down here and to speak with us today. I really appreciate you talking about equity as a lens that you were going to use. With regards to airports, what is that equity lens that you are using when making those decisions?
I don't know.
Okay.
We haven't got there yet, but that's an interesting one to talk about and to think about.
So as we move forward, I think something just to consider, at least for Las Cruces, we serve a very large population, and our passenger service isn't that of, say, Roswell or other places. And yet, even during this pandemic, we were getting at least 3 aircrafts a day from hospitals all around this state to come to use our services. And so when we look at equity and we look at who we serve, Las Cruces serves the whole state in many different capacities. And yet at the same time, we're unable to serve our own community in a just and valued way. So when we look at that equity piece, I hope that's something that we can consider in the future. And I'm sure this is a project that we have many experts here. Our own Andy Hume and Mr. Peely can give you those really well thought out, ready-made plans available. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? Okay, so I do have just a couple questions. Would you say the priority would be more for rehabilitation of certain either roads or roadways or bridges, or new construction would also work?
Mr. Mayor, all of the above.
Okay, good. And so what are you seeing around the state as far as cities working with counties together? Do you see that? Do you suggest we do that, or should we just do it on by ourselves?
I would recommend that somebody on staff become intimately familiar with that guidebook on the BIL, intimately familiar, because you'll find, depending on the grant program or depending on the revenue, some of them aren't competitive grants. You just apply, you meet the criteria, you get the money. They value partnership. I spent a fair amount of time, got my COVID down at Santa Teresa, and by the way, I recommend against it. It's not a good disease, and get your shots. But I spent time at Santa Teresa, and we wanted to get the Crosswinds runway built at the airport there. It's a very important one because under Buy American, the Chinese companies are gathering at the border. They want to come across with those jobs, and they need to be able to bring in the heavy-duty freight and fly it in and out and take advantage of that I-10 corridor. But it also calls in some of these with, well, what's your partnership with Texas? And we're kind of like, well, we can't quite figure that part out on Santa Teresa. Many things we can cooperate with our sister states and brother states, but competing for that business is probably not one of them. So pay attention to it. Where a partnership between city and county is practicable, exploit it and emphasize it, and I think you'll find some pathways to success.
You know, you just gave me an idea. Do you know, or do you have your counterpart there in Texas? You know, I still remember back when it was 2008, when they gave money to New Mexico to build our three-lane, our 6-lane, I guess you could say, going to El Paso, and then El Paso was going to do it, and then they decided not to. I mean, it's just, do you know who your counterpart is for Texas? If not, I'll reach out to those.
I have no idea who that might be.
That would be nice to get them to do their part.
We did fund, through the first special session in December, $40 million for St. Francis Road, which is a connector that eventually brings employee workers from El Paso into the job area around Santa Teresa, and that should be breaking ground here in the next 6 months.
Well, I'm going to be getting with Councilor Coran. There's one of the things, and I'm kind of just going to talk about this at the comments, but to go where Engler Road is, which is on the north side of the city, to connect to Interstate 25 because of Spaceport America. So that kind of is almost similar to what you just said about St. Francis Road. That would be great to have that, and then you have residents just coming in off the freeway and then vice versa. So, okay, well, I don't think even Councilor Bencomo, who, you don't have a question? Let's come up with something. Nothing, okay. Well, I think you nailed it with your explanation here. I didn't think there was a whole lot to add, but I wrote down a lot of stuff. So, Mayor, thank you.
Let me give you some information. My email is martin.chavez@state.nm.us. martin.chavez@state.nm.us. And just one second. It's old-fashioned. I don't know my state phone number, but here's my cell number for the state: 505-946-8684. 505-946-8684. And then please use that information. Reach out to us. When you run into a challenge, we want to help you find success with these monies. I can't tell you ultimately how it's going to get distributed, what percentage to each county. It's not going to quite go that way. It's going to be project by project basis. And then also dependent on the initiative of the local governing bodies. How many grants did you apply for? And I had a conversation with the mayor earlier this morning about grant writing capacity. We're gearing up to enhance our capacity at the state, also working with the COGS to build their capacity, because some of the smaller communities in particular, Las Cruces is very fortunate, but smaller communities in New Mexico don't have the capacity to apply for those grants. They get them, they don't have the capacity to manage the grants, and then we end up in all kinds of bad stuff, and we don't want any bad stuff with this. So. With that, please reach out. I look forward to working with each of you.
One more time, Mayor, your email address, Martin. What?
I'm not giving that to you again, Ken. Sorry. No, Martin.Chavez, and we don't do it with an S where I come from, at state.nm.us.
So there's no gov in there, G-O-V.
None of that. I tried that.
All right, well, again, we thank you very much for coming down, and enjoy the rest of your day and have a safe trip back up.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Okay, so that will conclude our public participation. So now I have a closed meeting statement to read. Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 10:33 a.m., February 8th, 2022. The following members were in attendance. Councilors Flores, Coran, Bencomo, Graham, Beta, Mayor Pro Tem participated via telephone, and myself, Ken Miyagishima. Staff present, Damian Martinez, outside city attorney, outside contract attorney, Barbara De Leon, Chief Administrative Officer, Ikani Tamopeo, Assistant City Manager, Ifo Pili, City Manager, Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, Delilah Walsh, Director of Utilities, Jennifer Vega, City Attorney. The meeting adjourned at 11:50 a.m. And for the record, City Council met in closed session to discuss those limited items as stated in the posted notice, which was to discuss pending litigation regarding Angeles Lopez versus Joshua Moreno and the City of Las Cruces, case number D-CV-307-CV-2021-02418, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Okay, so with that, entertain a motion to accept the agenda as presented.
Mayor, I would like to remove the only consent agenda item. I'd like a presentation. I have some questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
you want to remove item number 7? 7.1, Resolution 22-103. Okay, we'll remove that for discussion, so I'll just need a motion in a second.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Bencomo. Okay, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve the agenda as presented with removal of item 7.1 for discussion. Councilor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Coran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, item 7.1, Resolution 22-1.
Mayor, we need to do old business first.
Oh, just check and make sure you're paying attention. Yeah, you were doing that. It's good. I thought I was going to catch you there, but. Okay, so item 8.1, Resolution 22-067 is old business, so we need a motion and a second to remove from the table.
So moved.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Flores to remove from the table. Christine?
This is on the motion to remove Resolution 22-067 from the table for discussion. Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Corran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, we have Natalie Green, or Ifo wants to start this off.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ifo Pili, City Manager, for the record. If I may, Mayor and Council, before we turn the time over to Natalie, I'd like to maybe give some background here for the public, and as we know, this has been an issue we've been wanting to come back and discuss. So for the public and for those here today, we have sent a notification of cancellation of the RFP prior to coming to council. And so I wanted to make that known. And we wanted to do that beforehand for two main reasons. One is that we are able to discuss anything that we need to discuss in order to move forward. I know the fact that we had an RFP in process, this allowed us to be able to talk or ask certain questions that we might want to ask today. And then the other reason is, our city auditor concluded a report, and I really appreciate the work that's been done on that, that gave recommendations to especially include a written matrix to determine eligibility. And without that, it left questions about subjectivity and transparency. And as a staff, we decided that the best way to go about doing this in order to address those issues is to cancel the RFP and come back with some other options. And Natalie will present that. Now, one thing I do want to mention, and again, for the public and the media, I want to make very clear that staff did not go around the process. The process that was approved and was brought forward included sort of a hybrid of our procurement code and also the opportunity to allow for flexibility that allows us to distribute grants. And what was brought forward as a committee, a three-member committee to determine eligibility, in that process, it didn't include a written metrics to determine eligibility. And that, again, left us open, as our auditor has pointed out. And so it gave us an opportunity to re-examine the process and move forward. So I wanted to make that clear because I appreciate the work that's been done from our staff. I appreciate Natalie in bringing that forward. This has been a very confusing process for many, and this is an attempt right now to bring forward a process that may eliminate some of that confusion. But again, there was no intention to follow the procurement code because even within the procurement code, the definition of an RFP includes purchase of services and goods and construction, whereas this is a distribution of grant funds. And so it was an attempt to come up with a process that had checks and balances in place that would allow us to move forward in the most transparent way possible. And again, with the report from our city auditor, it proves to me that the system works, that we do have checks in place that allow us to do that, allow us to go through, re-examine and check the process and go back to the drawing board so that we can address these issues. And I can't emphasize enough, because I know that it can get out there that there's some ill intent or anything that was involved with this, but this is really an attempt to really try and get these funds out to the public as soon as possible. Trying to come up with a process that none of us had any prior experience coming up with. But again, I appreciate all the work that's been done, both by our city auditor and Natalie and her team for bringing the process forward. And so Natalie's going to go over, well, before I go there too, the reason why this is coming to the council in this form, although we've canceled the RFP, is because it has to. It was tabled in this way, and so it has to come back. You have you have the same options as you had before. You have the option to reject or deny or approve the recommendations that were brought forward before. Obviously, from staff, if we've canceled the RFP, we're recommending that you not approve it, that you allow us to come back with a process which Natalie will explain, give some options that would help address the report from our city auditor and some of the concerns that were presented. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn the time over to Natalie.
Thank you, Ifo. Okay, Natalie, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Natalie Green with Economic Development for the record. The resolution before you is approval of the American Rescue Plan Act funding recommendations. And because the items on the table, I'm going to go over what the resolution is. So the committee recommended 9 applications for funding, and that total was approximately $9.5 million. As part of that process, there was a competitive grant application process. There was 21 applications submitted, totaling $26.3 million. There was a eligibility review committee that reviewed all the applications for compliance with the ARPA criteria, and then any eligible applications were forwarded to the scoring committee, who then reviewed those proposals individually. And then there was a presentation and a ranking sessions with those members. We did go out for public comment on the recommended projects, and then presumably today's action would be approval of those recommendations. If council chooses to vote no or to amend or to table indefinitely, staff is recommending to, you have 2 ways to proceed. One, we can keep the original applications and repeat the eligibility review process. That is the spreadsheet that has been passed out to you. And then we would bring forward those recommendations. Any applications that were determined ineligible would still not move forward to the scoring committee, and then any that were eligible would move forward to that scoring committee, and those recommendations, which would be the same as today's recommendations, would come forward. If council chooses to not move forward, we could also propose an alternative process. It would be a sub-recipient selection process. Because of the timing, the final rule is in effect starting April 1st, so we'd have to rewrite some of those standards to ensure that we're in compliance with the final rule, and then we would bring that process to council for your approval prior to going back out for that selection process. If we do option number 2, council, based on the final rule, has the ability to change the funding uses and allocations, so we can increase our revenue loss to allow us some additional flexibility for projects that wouldn't necessarily be allowed under the other categories. A subrecipient selection process could come in multiple forms. We could do a request for applications, very similar to the process we had. We could do a simplified or limited application. We could do a direct solicitation of the qualified organizations, so we're not required to do a competitive review process. Any new process would have 2 distinct steps. The first would be a letter of intent to apply, so we can screen for eligibility prior to actual application, and then we would invite those eligible projects to apply. Again, any subrecipient selection process, we have to determine the eligibility of the proposed project. We have to identify the applicable ARPA criteria and obligations, and we'll need to evaluate the organization's capacity to administer the activity and comply with the federal requirements. And then best practice, of course, is to have a merit or scoring review process. I do want to remind council that there are 4 statutory eligible uses. The RFP primarily centered around responding to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts. And as part of any determination for eligibility, and as noted in your matrix, it has to meet these overarching ARPA requirements. We have to consider that economic harm exists, that the activities are responding to that economic harm, and that the response is related and reasonably proportional to the extent and the type of harm experienced. And then the final rule and the compliance guide do have updated enumerated list for uses, and so we can cover those if you have questions. but you have your standard council options. You can vote yes to approve the recommendation, you can vote no, you can amend the resolution to pick what projects you'd like to fund and not fund, and then you can table altogether.
Thanks, Natalie. Can you go back to the first page, first slide? Yeah, right, where you had, no, I'm sorry, the one where you had, one more? There you go. So I'm just speaking for myself here. I think what I was hoping was to be able to, first off, and I agree with what Ivo said, I think you guys did a fantastic job. I want to still know and understand where staff was coming from, where, support majority of all these. But my question, I guess, would be, for those who didn't have a chance to plead their case, so to speak, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if I had my druthers, I would just stick with this entire list, that, the 21 people, 21 applicants, and have maybe a work session, have you and your team here as well, and we go through each one, and you can share with us why you feel staff felt this was appropriate. And then if they happen to be if they happen to be here, and they, they'll be happy, I'm sure. And then for those that are here that didn't make that list, then we get a chance to hear them as well and see. And it's very possible that it may be so good that maybe we don't have the ARPA funding, maybe we find the funding someplace else. That gives us a lot of flexibility. I think it sends a message to the 21 applicants, hey, we want to hear what you have to say, and let's just see what you have proposed. And I think it also gives council that freedom, flexibility to meet with all those who applied and be able to ask them direct questions. Is that possible, if council says yes?
Mr. Mayor, that would be council's decision.
So that's something that you would be, that's something that's doable, because
Yes.
that's not one of these
Yes.
options here. Yeah, okay. All right, now I'm going to open it up. Councilor Coran, Councilor Flores.
I just wanted to speak to the options. I really strongly advocate against what the mayor is proposing. I don't think that the council should be parsing out whether or not things are worthy or eligible. That seems deeply problematic, even more problematic than the process that we already sort of audited. And so I would like to speak on the record that I support option one. And I trust that the city staff who are equipped to do this would have the best inputs, and I don't think that we should make it a political decision-making process. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your comments, Councilor Coran. I don't like either of these options, and I don't know who staff is. I'd like to know who staff is, and even though City Council has cannot in any way interfere with personnel issues, I think that in this case, we need to know exactly who's who, what's what. And I think that the biggest faux pas, the biggest mistake in the last go-round was having an RFP process and having someone who knows nothing about the RFP process be the person going through the applications. I disagree with the mayor insofar as keeping the original applicants. I believe we should open the entire process all over again. And I don't think that there's any deadlines at this point. Mr. Chavez, or former Mayor Chavez, mentioned something about a date, but I don't think that we're facing that problem now. So I think that there were, at least on my part, I'm not speaking for anybody else, but I am speaking on my own behalf in this regard. My perceptions were such that I really have a jaundiced eye at this point, meaning that I'm looking at this I'm very skeptical of the options. I'd like to know if it's possible, Mr. Peely, if it's appropriate, if it's permitted under, I don't think it's prohibited by our charter, to know exactly, this is the first time we've ever dealt with something like this, and we all know that that's some of the bumps in the road that we hit. All that being said, I really want to know, and then there were some problems all along insofar as the composition of the people who were going through the selection process review, and so all of that is something that we get everything after the fact. So we get the omelet after it's done, and we really don't know how many eggs were put in there. We don't know what kind of cheese was used, and then we have to vote on it. So in this case, I think it was a very good example of how we are, as city councilors, removed from some of the internal processes. And it's true that we can be privy to the processes. We can't direct staff how to do anything. But I think that we need a lot of transparency here. That was my biggest concern insofar as what transpired as a result of the way it was done in the first time around, and receiving something like this right now without a magnifying glass and without 20 minutes to read it is totally useless. It's a waste of paper. With all due respect to Christine, who took the trouble of distributing this, probably at somebody's request, it's really a waste of paper, quite frankly. But the concerns I have, are insurmountable. At this time, your presentation, Ms. Green, with all due respect, doesn't in any way comfort my, or what's the word? It really doesn't in any way make me feel comfortable about the presentation. I think the entire thing has to be scrapped. I think that you're saying that option 2 is to propose an alternative subrecipient selection process. Well, we need to know how that process was held. We don't know, because we're not supposed to be involved with that. So how can we make a selection process if we don't even know what a selection process is all about? And then bring a process via resolution to council for approval. So I think that, I don't know, voting sometimes gets very difficult for me, because if you vote yes, it really means no, and if you vote no, it really means yes. But I think the entire thing has to be scrapped. I think what's presented today has to go back to the drawing board, Mr. Peely. And that's my say on this, and thank you very much.
Councilor Flores, the option 2 would be assuming that council votes no on the RFP, and then that's why it says for council to propose the alternative. So what you were talking about is, yes, then we would come up with a way to, that would be the alternative, like how I came up with, just off the cuff, I just came up with something. This is after we vote. If we were to vote no, which I strongly suggest we do because we've already been discussing this RFP, this is what option do you want staff to come back, and if we have, most likely we'll probably have to have a work session so we can start discussing what options, unless the majority wants to go with automatically just say, yeah, I'll just do with option 1. But I hear what you're saying.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Ms. Christine, City Clerk Rivera, so right now we're just voting on getting rid of, scrapping the whole thing we did last time, so we would vote yes?
We would vote no.
Okay, we would vote no.
To approve this.
I would recommend just tabling it indefinitely.
Oh, okay.
So a tabling indefinitely pretty much just throws all of this out, throws a baby out with the baby water, with the bath water.
Yes.
And we start at ground zero.
Correct.
And we can scrap these options if we want. We don't need to move on beyond voting
Correct, yes.
That's correct. But the reason why we made a motion a second is so we can discuss it. Because if we were just to go right to tabling indefinitely, we couldn't discuss it anymore.
Okay, so an indefinite table throws everything out as it was, and we go back to the drawing board. And then my request is transparency. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. City Manager Ifo Pili.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much, Natalie, your team, and of course, Ms. Perea's team, and everyone who was involved in this process. I think you all have been working tremendously hard, not just through this audit period, but since we knew ARPA was coming. And it's a lot of dollars to spend by 2024. Actually, there is a timeline. And so I really do appreciate it, Natalie. I just have one clarifying question before I say what I support. But option 1, just so I'm clear, takes these 22 projects and through the eligibility review.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Bencomo, the eligibility review it is already noted on the actual document, so you can go through the columns and see where we've answered yes or no. And again, the matrix would cover, was there economic harm to the primary beneficiary? Does it respond? Does the project respond to that harm? Is the response reasonable, proportional? And then is the project actually feasible under 200 CFR or 2 CFR 200?
Thank you, Natalie. This is a great document. I appreciate you sharing it with us. I'm personally in support of option 1, voting no or table indefinitely to the RFP. And then option 1, you know, up until pretty recently, I ran a nonprofit myself, and writing a proposal for $250,000 to $2 million is incredibly difficult work for many organizations in our community, many nonprofits in our community, and I also want to thank all of them for the work they've put into these incredibly creative proposals. So thank you all, and certainly thank you to the folks who brought up some transparency concerns. Sometimes I feel like we're all living in different realities. I personally think it's been since somebody said, hey, there's something going on here, something doesn't feel right, I felt like staff responded really well. I feel like council responded well, and I'm glad we're in this moment. However, I also think that waiting longer is really a disservice to the people of our community, given the intent of ARPA. ARPA is intended for COVID response, for economic recovery, for workforcing, for housing, to go to relief efforts to the most vulnerable people in our community who were impacted the most by COVID. And us waiting is frankly having a full wallet and turning our backs on people is the way I'm looking at this. And so I do think there's a sense of urgency that I think we should move on this quickly. And these 22 organizations already took the time to provide this proposal. Now, the biggest issue for me had been the inability for us to ask questions, for organizations to come up here and tell us the vision for the project, for council to be able to ask questions, for us to be able to give feedback or whatnot. And so as long as option 1, Natalie, provides a space for that in the future, for whenever we come back to fully vote on the projects, yes or no, I want to make sure that there is that either through work session or a regular meeting, that we have the opportunity to actually have a discussion with the projects.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I do want to note that even if staff reruns the eligibility process, the outcome is the same as today's recommendations. So I do want to make sure that's clear. And you have that option now. The agencies are in the audience. They have the ability to speak, one, about the process and about their projects.
Oh, so you're saying that could happen right now? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting. Okay. See what I mean? Different realities sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Natalie. Okay. Well, I appreciate your questions and the clarity on this and how simple you've made it for us. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Natalie and staff, for all the work and the effort, and to our nonprofits that are out there. I had concerns about the rubric and the specific rubric as it relates to the pre-screening that occurred. And so with that, and then the numerous emails that we were receiving and in relation to that, and I realized that during that time, things were changing so rapidly from the feds that it made it difficult for folks that were writing this grant to respond. And I would assume, Natalie, difficult for you to get the information out as quickly as you wanted to. Now, I think there was a lot of effort to do that. So I in hearing Mr. Peely say this was a hybrid model, I don't even know if council was clear that it was a hybrid model, frankly. And so, and Councilor Flores is saying yes to me. But I'm not sure because if it was, I wanted to be clear that there was some real concerns about the pre-screening. A lot of folks didn't realize that there was going to be a pre-screening, and there wasn't a rubric, and specifically from our auditor's perspective, there should have been. And so to hear you say that, Natalie, that you would repeat the eligibility, but it would still remain the same. There wouldn't be a different outcome. You would still say these are the individual nonprofits that would be reviewed. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Mr. Mayor,
So why would you say to do a repeat eligibility review?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, the eligibility review was conducted on ARPA regulations. The internal auditor did not review compliance against ARPA regulations. She reviewed compliance as to the attachments in the RFP.
Okay.
So did an agency submit their resumes? Did they submit their IRS letters? Again, staff did not use those attachments in the eligibility determination. Those attachments were used in, or would be used in a risk assessment when we develop contracts.
Okay. So can you outline for me those that didn't make, that were screened prior to? Who were they? And then that would be helpful to me.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem, so the applications that were determined not eligible at the pre-screening are these organizations. They are on the second side of your sheet in purple. I've also included, and these comments were included in the SM Apply system as to why they were determined ineligible. So we can cover specific projects if that's the request of the council.
Where in the matrix would you say are the area that?
It's on the purple side, and it's,
I got it.
It's, again, you have your four-part test as to what section they had to meet, and then it has either an answer, Y for yes and for no, and then it gives you a reason as to why they were determined ineligible.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Yeah, Mayor, I would go with one. I think it's important to maintain, I mean, so many nonprofits doing the work and providing to include staff. And so I'm good with option one. But I'm still iffy about the eligibility review. You would repeat it, but for what reason? I don't think. I think
Mayor.
It feels clear that you're going to right still remain with the same. So why would you say that?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, so without the agencies being able to change their applications because they applied for ineligible activities that cannot be funded with ARPA, the outcome will remain the same because they were screened out because the projects they were proposing do not meet ARPA regulations. They are not allowed to be funded.
Got it. Got it. I'm feeling some frustration. I don't want you to be frustrated with me, Natalie, but I'm
No, I
feeling
just wanna
like
make
there
sure.
is, and I'm going to call it out
Yeah.
because I don't want us to go there. I really don't. So I don't want you to be frustrated with me. I'm just trying to understand this because a lot of people have been emailing me about this, and I want to be able to honestly and transparently say to them, this is why this has happened.
Correct.
Okay? All right. Thank you. Option 1, Mayor.
Okay, we've got Councilor Karan and then Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Natalie, for this. It's really helpful. I think there were 2 other things presented. I guess I'm struggling with repeating the eligibility review and also this document. I sort of agree. I would love to have things like this in advance so that we can look at them. And I don't know if there's some issues with that, but I would like to ask formally that we sometimes get things in advance so that we don't have to read them on the fly. But I do remember 2 things in the audit that were identified also that seem like they might still be an issue with this. One is that the person who's identified as the primary contact, in this case would be you, is part of the initial review. And so I understand that that was a procurement-related issue versus a ARPA-related issue. And so I would just want to know that we have a documented rationale for why that conflict remains. And then the second part is, I think this rubric is very helpful and it makes it clear why the eligibility was different, but it feels like this also wasn't shared with the people who were applying. And I think that I just want to say going forward, I hope that that could be part of a process, because I think that was a big reason why folks did come and speak to us. And I think that follow through, I think we've had a lot of conversations across the board about sort of how we follow through with folks, follow up with folks. And so I just want to make a note that that conversation would also be useful. But if you can speak to the conflict between having someone who is the point of contact versus the person who does the review.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Karan, again, the RFP as it was adopted was never intended to comply with the procurement code, and that's a procurement policy. So
I guess I'm feeling a little bit conflicted because we did an audit that pointed to that as a problematic area. And I just think it would be helpful if we could do whatever we can to reduce the problematic areas. And so that's where I'm feeling a little conflicted as well. And again, I think this makes it really clear, the process and what happened. And I'm confident that you all thought about those things, but I think also we do have an audit that has findings that suggest we should take a different course. That's all.
Okay, before I get to Councilor Graham, Aoife wanted to jump in real quick.
Thank you, Mayor. As I'm listening, maybe a suggestion would be to, if option 1 is something that we lean toward, but the concern lies within the eligibility review, maybe we re-examine that. We do know that even eligibility requirements have continued to change as well. Re-examine that and, have that presented and maybe ran through. I think Councilor Karan is mentioning the different, having a separation of those that create the eligibility metrics or present the eligibility metrics and those that run it through it. We can come up with a process with option 1, if that's what you choose, or either option, any option will include an eligibility review, but we can go back, have that ran with 2 separate people or groups that can look through. I think that's what I'm hearing. We could certainly do that, maybe as an amendment to that option.
Okay, thanks, Aoife. Councilor Graham?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Natalie, for being here today and going through this process with us, and also everyone else who was involved. At the top, I mean, I'm sitting here as a city councilor, but I'm feeling like somebody who has done so much grant writing in my lifetime. My organization at NMSU is almost completely soft-funded, so I've been on the grant writer side of it, and I can say that as someone who applied for Build Back Better, et cetera, it was an incredibly confusing process. I think from top to bottom, COVID is in the name of all of this, and I think there were great intentions to address a rapidly evolving situation as quickly as possible, and it was kind of a nightmare for everybody. So I think my heart is going out to you on this, and I appreciate, again, I think Councilor Karan kind of alluded to this, like, these are the checks and balances. We're here because we have the best of intentions, and we are going to clean this up. So that said, I need to understand, so I get the eligibility review, but then the 9 organizations who appear in green here then went through, I'm assuming that that would be the scoring committee. So there was the eligibility review, and then there was the scoring committee. Can you give me a little more info on scoring committee and how we're maybe looking to evolve that next time around?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Graham, the scoring committee was made up of 9 staff members. I can share those staff members in a moment. Each committee member scored the proposals ahead of time. So they read the application, provided a preliminary score. The organizations presented at a public hearing very similar to this, and they were able to ask, or they were able to answer any questions that the scoring committee had. They had a defined matrix for each criteria, and again, all those scores and matrices in your packet. And then that committee met at a ranking and scoring meeting, and they got to see all of those scores, how each organization was ranked, and then they made those funding recommendations to come forward.
Okay, the applying organizations themselves, were they privy to the scoring committee sheets after the fact?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Graham, all the sheets and score sheets were published as part of the packet. So if they opened the council packet, then they would have had the score sheets. Or if they requested it through the ARPA process, they presumably got the score sheets.
Okay, understood. I think that's, again, my perspective is as a frequent grant seeker, the more feedback that I can get, win, lose, whatever, is so vital. And I think that I also see grant submissions, the grant making process as a learning process as well. And I'm happy as a grant seeker. If I don't get it right, I just need to know why so I can learn from that and do better next time. In terms of the options we have, I am definitely with Councilor Bencomo on whatever is going to keep this rolling forward. So, Mayor, I'm still learning my procedural chops here. I don't know if the no vote versus the indefinite table vote, does any allude to a timeline better? Is anything going to be faster?
Thank you, Councilor. No, actually, it's just for the procedure. I mean, right now, we've been discussing this. The EFO has already put out that the RFP has been canceled. This is just a formality to basically end it, whether it's through a no vote or through the indefinite table indefinitely, which is fine. I like that method better because it doesn't show no to any of these, and table indefinite just means that the process is over. So that's all that's about.
Okay, thank you. I think the final thing that I'd like to say, also if we're just, kind of talking on our feelings here, I agree with the idea of maintaining that list of the original organizations who applied. Again, I know the time and work that goes into these applications, and I would like to see as much as possible that work being honored and not having to be repeated by the organizations who submitted. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Beta.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Natalie, and thank you to Viola as well for your work on this. I do really appreciate and want to echo Mr. Peely's sentiments about the process checks and balances here, that we did have them, and I think that's important to note. But as we move forward with this process, I'm also in favor, of course, of saying no, but when we move forward, no matter what we do, I do think when in doubt, use the process that we have, and that is the procurement code, and to follow it. And, you know, I think it's very important that we have these processes in place, and it's for the protection not only of the public dollar, but also for staff and also for council. And so when in doubt, use it to a T and use those codes. And so if this was a hybrid, that's where we can get into issues where there are perhaps miscommunication or misunderstanding. And so whatever process that we're going to do forward, I think it needs to be very clearly written out, and I think we need to follow our own processes that we have already written down as close as possible so that we don't have any miscommunication going forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So Natalie, can you go back to your two options, please? So let me just ask you directly then, see if I can clarify this. So what in your opinion, option one, we keep original applicants. Now, are you talking about all 21 applicants?
Mr. Mayor, if we keep all 21 applicants and staff does an eligibility review with a matrix based on the ARPA regulations.
Okay, so right there. So when you say staff will do that, can we do that in a work session with council here?
I suppose. I don't see why not.
Okay, good. And then the third one, bring forward recommendations. So basically then, your team would say, this is why we think this would work, correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. We could tell council this project was eligible because XYZ.
Right.
This project is not eligible because XYZ.
Exactly. And maybe I didn't clarify it, but that's basically what I said in the very beginning. So whether it was option one or was it hybrid, but now that after listening to this, that's exactly what I wanted to do. But we wanted to hear from the applicants, all 21. So I'm not saying that we go throw it all out and say, bring all these new applicants in. No, just go with the ones that have already applied. Bring them in a work sessions type setting. Listen to the eligibility, why they feel that they are eligible. Staff says maybe why they feel they're not eligible. And then we listen to them and we start making our determination. I think that's maybe I didn't clarify it, but that's basically what I was wanting to do. Now, the second thing is, the way I understood it, and correct me if I'm wrong, either Barbara, Natalie, Ifo, Viola, is if you recall earlier in the very beginning, we had Alex Liu, who basically runs our procurement side. Natalie, in my understanding, runs primarily the grant side. And so when council voted to say, yeah, let's just do a procurement, well, from a procurement side, we don't really delve into that. They just bring back what the committee says, and we vote yes or no. But I think because of the amount of the fact that this is kind of new to us, because we don't have the federal government saying here's $25 million, spend it. We might have thought, okay, this is going to be maybe used as a grant process, and that's why Natalie was involved. And so that's why the audit says, well, you guys can't do that. Well, I know, it was discussed that. So that's why I had, and maybe I wasn't clear, but I just thought, let's just keep the same applicants, bring them in the work session type setting, listen to staff, listen to the applicants, and explain why they think that they should get it, and staff will say why they didn't support it. And we just kind of go from there. That's what I was trying to get at. So I've got Councilor Bencomo and then you, Councilor Flores.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate your clarification. And then I also have a procedural question, but I'll wait for that for a second. Are you suggesting, Mayor, that then out of the 21 projects, the council would have ultimately final determination? Because I also feel like that's potentially problematic instead of us following a scoring matrix. Right? Like, if certain projects scored very high on a scoring matrix and then council says, we don't like it, we want to fund another one that didn't score as high on the matrix, I think that's problematic, right? But then my other question for that would be that I don't think it's, at least from what I understand it's not a feeling of whether they're ineligible or not. Staff is saying there are projects that are not eligible. So it doesn't really matter what we think or feel about it, right? Like if a project is ineligible because of the way these things were written that I feel like Natalie and Amy understand inside and out, then I feel like that could also be incredibly problematic for us. So that would be my only question for you is how do we overturn an eligibility that's not necessarily in our authority?
No, fair question, and I understand exactly what you're saying. So let me just ask Natalie a quick question. So Natalie, is it your opinion that the reason you felt that a lot of these that didn't make it to the funding level is because you didn't feel that it wasn't necessarily related to COVID primarily?
Mr. Mayor, there's a number of reasons. The 3-person committee reviewed each project and determined as a group, individually, but as a group, which projects met ARPA eligibility. And again, that was based on that 4-factor test at the top of your sheet.
Can you just give us maybe the top 2 or 3 things that ARPA funding needs to have?
The intended beneficiary needs to have been harmed by the pandemic.
Okay.
So they have to prove that economic harm exists.
Okay.
You have to ensure that the activities that they're proposing respond to that specific harm, and then that response is related and reasonably proportioned to the type of harm experienced.
Okay, so let me answer that, and also Councilor Bencomo. So when COVID first hit, one of the biggest items that the government was talking about, because everyone was within their residencies or, they were basically home, was an increase in domestic violence. So La Casa, I believe, asked for $1 million, $18 for campus expansion because of a significant increase in domestic violence. I know I've heard Mayor Pro Tem many times say we need to do our best to help fund that. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that increase, I think, was correlated to the COVID. And so that's where I think council can say, you know what, okay, we respectfully appreciate staff, where you came up with, that you don't think that is applicable, but we do, or I do. I don't know about the others, but you know what I'm saying? So that's why I want council to do this. That's why I think that we need to do what you say in option 1, but have the opportunity for council to ask and listen to the applicants and determine amongst ourselves. That's my opinion. And so I think that after we get done here, I'm going to ask if the remaining, one person from any of these agencies that did not receive funding, I want to hear what they have to say.
So, Mr. Mayor, to address that, I agree with you that victims of domestic violence were harmed. They are, and so you'll know in that first column there's a yes. However, the activities that they are proposing are not responsive nor reasonably related to that harm. So, again, staff agrees that those are eligible beneficiaries. However, the activities and the things that they want to fund are not eligible.
So campus expansion was what they were asking, and you don't think
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Barbara DeLeon for the record. I just wanted to be clear that even though this RFP was canceled, as our city manager noted, if there is any kind of similar follow-on RFP issued, we cannot discuss the contents of the original proposals. And I'm just bringing this forward because Councilor Abeyta mentioned that she might be in favor of an RFP process. So I just want to make it clear that in our procurement code, it states that even if the RFP is canceled, if there is a similar RFP issued within 6 months, the contents of the original proposals cannot be discussed until an award is issued or determined by the council. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Barbara. I don't know if after discussion that still is the case, but you never know. I mean, council may want to do an RFP, but we'll see. Councilor Flores.
Gracias. Muchísimas gracias. Al fin.
De nada.
I think that Mr. Ifo Pili, city manager, has made it abundantly clear that we are not proceeding with the RFP process. I agree with Mayor's statement. In fact, it's true. To go back to the RFP process would just be shooting ourselves in the foot on this one. We would not be able to hear from any prospective applicants. And the reason I believe we should just scrap the whole thing and start all over again. Yes, people are in need. People are going to be in need, but do we want to go through this hastily and then come back again to find that there were many flaws? And the fact that a decision was made that there was, that the domestic violence or the problems that La Casa faces didn't have the right wording in that one box. I think the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem have made it abundantly clear that there has been an increase in domestic violence with COVID. And perhaps we need a police report on that to substantiate it. But it seems to me that if an application fails to specifically state they are applying under the ARPA, pursuant to the impact of COVID, it'd be redundant to state. It's like saying, why do you want to go to law school? Oh, I want to go to law school because I want to go to law school. But if someone says, I want to go to law school to ultimately be on the U.S. Supreme Court, you're going to say, well, that didn't meet the criteria that we think you should have stated. So that was very subjective in my opinion. And you may be shaking your head, Ms. Green, but it was subjective. And the fact that that applicant, and as Dr. Graham has stated, there are times when applications for grants are made and it comes back and then they're told specifically why it was denied, because we went through the RFP process. People were not able to learn what was wrong with their application. So thank you, Mr. Pili, for taking the RFP away from this. It's true, this is not a service to the city. The procurement code does not apply to this process. And frankly, the council, I fell asleep at the wheel on that one, and I apologize to everyone. And we're in this mess because we are not, first of all, never mind. I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I think that we have to keep an eye to looking at what is best. And I'll go back again to say that we should open up the application process in its entirety and not limit it to the 21 people who applied, to the 21 agencies that applied. I'm sure that there are more than 21 agencies in the city that need money. And I don't know how the quote RFP announcement unquote went out, the RFP request or whatever it's called. We're not going to have that anymore. And I think that we have to be very careful about how these applications are being reviewed. So I think that we should just vote no on this in its entirety. I think that's the way to go, Mr. Mayor. Is that what you, or City Clerk? We vote no, and it just scratches the whole thing. It just throws everything out the window, and then we start from scratch, because there's just so many faults here that going with one option or the second option that was presented to us, they're not, I wouldn't be able to digest it. Quite frankly, it's unacceptable to me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor, I think Christina suggested that we just table it indefinitely. That's what I think she had mentioned.
Oh, she did say that, and we can table it indefinitely, or we can vote no on it. And I think that either way,
Right, either way.
it scraps
Sure, right.
this
right,
whole
right.
thing.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Thank you.
Okay. But before we, yes, Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor. I also had a procedural question, but before that, I think it's incredibly unfair to be upset with staff that 21 organizations applied and not more, or that a nonprofit wrote a proposal and it didn't fit the guidelines. Like, that's not staff's fault, frankly. So I'll just say that. But then, Mayor, I had a question about, so then, given these option 1 and option 2, I know some folks, wherever people are feeling, if we then table this indefinitely, I'm unclear about then how we move forward with either option 1 or option 2.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, Councilor. So we table indefinitely, so this gets this RFP out.
Yeah.
And then, based on the comments that are heard today, staff's going to say, okay, it looks like council wants to go with option 1 and da-da-da-da. And then we'll probably schedule, depending on if we do have like a work session to hear the applicants, if you want to hear all 21 applicants, then we'll probably have to have a work session.
Okay.
And then that'll be scheduled in the next 4 to 6 weeks, probably.
Okay, thanks, Mayor.
So what I'd like to do is there any representative from Crosstown Flats here today? How about Lift Fund, Revitalize Las Cruces Small Businesses? Downtown Las Cruces Partnership Incubator. Yes, please. Just state your name and you're here.
Hi, good afternoon.
If you can give us 3 minutes of, state your name and who you're representing, and what do you think? You've heard, hopefully you've heard the debates, but anyways, just come forward and just state your name, please, in 3 minutes, please.
Yes. Hi, thank you. My name is Jonathan Andrews. Thank you, Mayor.
Can you talk into the mic?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
You can raise.
Okay, let's move it up a little bit. There we go.
Raise the podium.
Actually, I think the podium's all the way up.
Yeah.
You're just
I think
like,
that's
you're pretty tall.
Tall as it goes there. But I'll speak in so everyone can hear me. My name is Jonathan Andrews. I work with Thomas Development Group, and on behalf of Terra del Sol, and then we also proposed separately Peachtree Canyon Apartments. So I have been following the process in depth, and as far as the scoring, and I know that Crosstown Flats was deemed eligible, but was recommended not to go forward for funding, and that had to do with the type of funding that we were going to pursue after the award. Council or the committee felt that being at a competitive funding application, just the risk if it didn't go forward, they felt like maybe that there was other projects that would have a greater chance, probably would be my understanding, of going forward. And so that's why that project was not selected. I feel the overall process has been pretty transparent, and especially if I've read several times the audit, and I've read all the applications. I'm not here to comment on, I think everyone's intention was to come up with, listen to the community needs and what was out there, and they came up with the best projects that they felt that would support their proposals and benefit the community. That's what this is all about. And so I feel like Natalie, and then I believe the 3 committee members, one of those was the Doña Ana County grant. I think he's the grant writer for Doña Ana County. I think their expertise, those are the right guys that you guys chose to put in place. And then the committee, that's the head of all the departments in the city. And so I think you guys did a good job in coming up with this proposal and process. somewhere along the way, things kind of just got a little mixed up, but that's what the audit was for, to clarify everything. And so I feel like it'd be in the best interest to just vote yes, actually, knowing the outcome and what Natalie's recommending, to just vote yes and move these projects along, because if the scoring matrix and everything, the information's there, and you guys did the right thing with the audit, so we could have all the information.
Thanks, Jonathan. Now, who were you representing again?
Yes. Hi, my dad is Thomas Andrews.
Okay.
I work.
Yeah, but Crosstown Flats?
Yes, that's Terra del Sol.
Okay, so.
Yes.
All right, thanks.
And I did the presentation on the committee day for Peachtree.
Okay, gotcha.
But I just stepped forward.
Okay.
A good opportunity to talk, and I appreciate that, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you.
So there was Crosstown Flats, no one from Live Fund, no one from downtown Las Cruces Partners. Thanks again, Jonathan. Anyone from Engage New Mexico? Yes. Come forward, please. And I guess my simple question is, would you prefer to just keep the same applicants, go through the process so council can at least hear with conjunction with staff why you feel you all didn't make it? I just need you to state your name, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Lori Martinez. I'm the Executive Director of Engage New Mexico. Yes, my concern is around the same thing I brought up before, which is the determination of eligibility process. I do believe that, as Councilor Bencomo said, it's not subjective. However, this is a new process for everybody. So we've never seen funds like this before, and the guidance document, at least the newly released one in January, is 437 pages long. So when this RFP was released, the city was working off of the interim rule that was published by the Treasury, I believe in May, and that has since been updated as of last month. And as Ms. Green has stated, that doesn't go into effect until April, but municipalities are free to implement those guidelines right away. And so I've only started thumbing through those guidelines. Like I said, it's over 400 pages long. But from what I've seen so far, it expands on the guidelines given in May. In terms of what projects are eligible. It does seem to expand flexibility of the funds, although I personally believe our project was eligible before that. And I think nonprofits should be given the chance to respond to the eligibility determination, because that is somewhat subjective. It's based on, I don't doubt the city staff's expertise, and I don't think there's any malintent in this process at all, but I do believe it is a subjective process that should be held up to the light.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lori.
Thank you.
Anyone from La Casa here? Okay, anyone from Community Options, Inc., Daily Planet? Doña Ana Arts Council, Planning for Artists, Live Workspace. Former Councilor Smith?
Here comes Greg Mayer.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. I'm Greg Smith, Executive Director of Doña Ana Arts Council. As Councilor Flores and Attorney Vega would probably both agree, oftentimes when you have something represented as it's the law and it's exactly the way it's represented, you have several people who have different opinions on that. That's why we have court systems, and that's why we have the legal process. So one thing that I would say about the eligibility process that was brought up is that you had 3 people participating in that, and I don't believe they all agreed on every single one of them. So when you're looking at something like this and you're saying, well, they were eligible or they won't or weren't, you're actually saying, well, 2 people said they were ineligible and 1 person said they were, or 3 people said they were ineligible, but there was still some possibility for a difference of opinion or some wavering. So I agree with the concept of the 21 entities who came before you or who brought these items to you to be able to present again. I also want to point out that I don't think you're going to get an opportunity like this very often. This was brought up by Councilor Bencomo and you, Mr. Mayor, as far as the rarity of this kind of moment. And so I would ask that, of course, within the constraints of what you've been told by the federal government and your own constraints, and of course the immediacy of the situation, that you look at it and look at it from the standpoint of how can we make this a unique and lasting opportunity to do something for our community in a way that fits within those parameters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Smith. So anyone from the Economic and Educational Recovery and Renewal via a Community Makerspace? Desert Community Wellness, oh, okay. You're from the Economic and Economic Recovery and Renewal via a Community Makerspace? Okay.
Correct. I'm Leah Weiser-Guy, and I'm the Executive Director for Cruces Creatives. Thank you for your time and efforts to review this process, to, most importantly, to look at the transparency that we use for our funding process here in the city, especially looking at larger funds like this that are meant to help heal and recover our community, and making sure that moving forward, we're using that same dedication to fairness and transparency. At this point, it's hard to say, right? What we do know is that the eligibility process originally was not documented. We have no way of knowing it was fair and transparent in the first place. This new rubric that was created was not available during the audit. So we know this was something created afterwards. And with that in mind, we don't know that all three individuals were able to give those exact eligibility results during that process. And so we can never be absolutely confident that this new rubric is the actual results, right? Unless we go through the process, starting again, using all 21, and on top of that, making sure that our leader of the process, Natalie Green, is not part of that eligibility review, which she should not have been from the very beginning, right? That was part of what we saw was wrong with the procurement process, that the person leading the process should not be voting on those applicants in any way. And so if we want to redo this and we have a new eligibility group, look through that together using this newly created rubric, that makes sense. And they should do all 21 groups exactly the same as they should have done from the very beginning. The scoring panel, that was really well done. And if at that point we see any of our ineligible originally groups are now moved into our eligible group, then we treat them the exact same way, right? And maybe at that point, we need to ask our scoring panel to do everything at the same time, because they're, you know what I mean? Any one moment of knowing the information inside of our community helps change those subjective feelings, right? But at the end of the day, I trust that mayor, council, city manager, and our city staff to do the best that they can for the city. But I would want to bring up making sure that the entire process is transparent and run fairly. So everything that is done the same to every application. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Yes, Councilor.
I have a question.
Sure. You have a question of Ms. Sergey?
Sergey. Thank you, Ms. Sergey. And my question to you is, you said that the 21 original applicants should be allowed to reapply. Why would you limit it to 21? Why wouldn't, if the entire process is being opened, shouldn't it just be open to everyone? I mean, everyone who believes that they're entitled, not entitled, but could possibly be awarded.
Excellent question. I would look at it in two ways. Once again, this is a council decision, right?
Yes.
The idea of sticking with the 21 is that you would do nothing different with the applications. You would take them exactly as they are, and you would just run everything through the new eligibility process fairly, same with if you have to redo any scoring. So that makes it more expedient in order to get the funds back out to the community, right? Because we know this is an important time. The other side, though, is that if there is still a level of confidence that we don't think we can reach with the city, or we don't think we can mitigate risk, because right now the city is in a very risky place for not having done the eligibility process right and not having followed procurement, right? The less risky option is to redo the whole thing, but that's something I cannot weigh in on.
Mr. Mayor, may I comment? Thank you. So my only comment to that, Mr. Gay, is that if you limit it to those 21, you're saying, and you pose a very good reason. Your reasoning is that the 21, you might have more people eligible once we have the new ARPA requirements or whatever that becomes effective April 1, but apparently they can be used now. So those eligibility requirements might differ. On the other hand, because they might differ, and that's the reason I believe we should open it up to everyone who believes that they should go for it. So, but thank you. I understand. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course. And one quick thing to add on top of that is, regardless of how you do move forward when it comes to the eligibility phase, there should be a chance for organizations to have that conversation, right? So if they are deemed ineligible, they should transparently and fairly, right, be able to know why they were deemed ineligible and to have that conversation, because we did see in the eligibility process that a single reviewer could deem a group ineligible, even though two others could have said yes, or one other could have said yes, right? So our organization should have a chance to be able to have that conversation, to be able to make sure it wasn't a, you know, when you should have used the word should instead of could, maybe something like that. I'm not sure of the exact thing, but that opportunity to have that real feedback throughout the whole process. Thank you.
Sergey, I just want to say something. I just want to clarify something. So my thought was that we listen to the 21 and have staff here and have Natalie and her team. And let me tell you why. A couple weeks ago, we had an appeal, and we had an attorney show up and an applicant. And so basically, we listened to both sides. We listened to their side, we listened to the other side, our staff side. And we questioned staff, why did that, you do this, do that? And that's kind of the same thing. I have no problem with Natalie being here. And in fact, I would welcome that. I want to see what they saw. And I want council to say, why did you do that? Or, oh, okay, that makes sense. And okay, yeah, I agree with you, this one's good. No, yeah, I agree with you, this one's not good. And just like I mentioned about the La Casa, oh, you know what? I think maybe this does count. That's so. When you said them not being there, I want council to know. I want basically to have the same what they saw, so that we can see it and chime in on it. And that way, I think it expedites things. And hey, if they didn't apply the first time, I don't know if we should extend it to them to do it a second time, because that's going to slow things down, and we want to move it in a fast pace. And so that's why I wanted to keep the 21. But I appreciate your comments.
Got it. Thank you all very much for your time.
Okay, anyone from, you weren't from Desert Community Wellness, right? No. El Calvario United Methodist Church, anyone from them? Mesilla Valley Habitat for Humanity. And last is outdoor recreation. Okay. All right, well, that's good. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Amy Johnson Bassford, Grants Manager for the city. For clear transparency, I was one of the 3 people. Natalie, when we created this process, pulled the 3 people who she thought had the most knowledge of ARPA guidelines at the time, which was the interim rule. I was one of those 3 as the grants manager, having read all 187 pages of it. And yes, I am reading 437 pages of the new final rule. The other person was a grants contractor who is now currently a county employee and who would probably not participate in a public forum to discuss it because of his new employment, but that would be up to him, I would imagine. But at the time, he was a contractor for the grants office for the express purpose of providing guidance on ARPA, the initial distribution that we all did with the revenue loss and the other appropriations to city departments that are now very effectively implementing those ARPA guidelines. I just have a couple of comments. Number one, I want to remind you all, these are federal funds. They have very strict guidelines. Those guidelines have not changed in the new 400 and some pages. Those guidelines are, as you see right here on the screen. If it doesn't meet those first 3 tests, it should not move forward, because then you, as city councilors, risk us having to pay back the federal government. So I want to remind you of that obligation of the city, that if you don't administer them per exactly those guidelines, you will be paying back the federal government the funding. Secondly, none of us on any one of the committees disliked any of the projects. They were all great projects. All of those folks are very much community-minded. They want to advance our community. But in the final estimation, when we had to evaluate whether they met this specific federal requirement or not, we had to make a choice. And yes, we could all argue the nuances of it, and all of us would have a different opinion. So at some point, we have to stop and say, this is where we say, yes, it meets it, or no, it doesn't meet it, and move on to the next phase. And so that, I just wanted to share that with you, that's how, as a grants manager, looked at it. The final thing I want to say is these were applications, and with any grant that I apply for, if I do not clearly state what I am going to do, how I'm going to do it, and who it's going to benefit, I know I'm going to be deemed ineligible. There is nowhere in any grant writing that a funder says, well, I assume because you do X, Y, and Z that therefore you're qualified. That's not the way you write a grant. You write a grant that says, I'm going to do X, I'm going to do Y, this is how come I'm doing it, and this is what the benefit will be. And so I want to say that I think that all of the applicants did that, and that's the information we had to use. We weren't to use our knowledge of the community in our estimation. So I just want to share those couple of things with you, because I feel like we really need to be clear on what the process was, what our intent was, and that there was no malintent. There was no intent to go around the procurement code or any other process or policy of the city. We were simply trying to move this forward as best we could in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Before you go, got one quick question.
Yes, sir.
When you said that if we use this federal monies other than its intended purpose, doesn't that apply to everything that we?
Applies to absolutely everything, whether it's
everything that we have in the city. When we get grants from, whether it's a COP grants, whether it's another grant, I mean, so I just want to clarify that to council.
Yes.
We're aware of that, and I appreciate you bringing that up, but I just wanted to.
I try and remind you guys all, every time I come before you that
that's good.
There is the back end of grants, which is how we implement it and following those rules and regulations.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No,
Thank
great.
you, sir.
I have a question.
Oh, you have a question?
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Amy, Ms. Johnson-Basford. But I do, what did you mean by saying that you can't draw deductions, or you can't assume anything, you can't take anything that's that's not in an application? That if it's not stated specifically, it therefore, and I'm talking about the La Casa, the reason why they were rejected. Wait a minute, I'm not done.
Okay, sorry.
And so you say you can't look at anything else except what's written within the 4 corners of that application, and that you just can't. But it seems to me that if the application is for the impact of COVID on its agency, that it's a given that it was COVID that created those conditions. And there is something in the courts, it's called judicial notice. A court can take judicial notice. The courts can take a judicial notice of something that exists. that isn't stated specifically. So I find that a little, so what did you mean by your statement?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Flores. It's a very good question. When you are writing a grant, you are given specific questions to answer. If you do not answer that question fully and completely, that is what you assume that the reviewers are going to base their judgment on. Your answer, your response to the question. And I want to caution you that it doesn't matter how they write it or their quality of writing or those kind of things. For this particular process, it was not taken into account. It was like, did you tell us who was harmed in your, what harm was done to your population in COVID? And then did what you propose meet and respond to that? And so those are there's 3 steps to it. It's not only is there presumed harm to a population, but what are you proposing and how is that going to be met? And I'm sorry, I'm not going to speak directly to the La Casa application because I don't have it in front of me, and therefore I cannot say this is exactly what I thought or didn't think about La Casa. Know that La Casa is special to my heart. I worked there for 8 years, so I know a lot about La Casa. But what they wrote in their application said, this is the harm to our population, but then what they said, here's our response, and here's how it is relatable and reasonably responsive to that specific harm, did not meet the following parts of it. So it's a 3-step process. It's not, did you meet one of the 3? It's, do you meet all 3 of these?
So I have one comment. Number 1, I wouldn't expect you to presume anything. Secondly, if you, do you tell the applicant specifically that they have to follow the question to answer the call of the question? And what was the call of the question? How were those questions presented to the applicants? And you see, since we're not privy to any of that and we're going through this, I have to ask those questions. And so we just have to make sure that everything's fair to you and fair to the applicant. So I don't want to put you on the, I don't want you to get on the defensive, but you have to understand that the buck stops here. I mean, we have to assume that responsibility. You can give us what you may give us, and then we rely, and then ultimately it comes back to City Council. And you're absolutely right. We have to be very careful with any, whether it's a penny or a zillion dollars, we have to be careful what we do with it. And I appreciate your work very much, Amy.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Flores. The questions were all presented to you at the September meeting where you voted on the request for proposals. All of the questions that were presented in the application were presented there for you. So those were available for review by the council. My question was, were the applicants provided with a clear directive as to their, well, I guess you don't want to answer it, Ms. Amy? No, I wanted you
do you
to
think
finish
that do you think I'm overstating, or do you think I'm, I saw you look at Ms. Green, at Natalie. So I'm just saying that in fairness to those who, never mind. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, I looked at Natalie to see if she wanted to answer that question since she was the one who sent out the applications.
Well, I was asking you, but it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we've asked enough of the members that were deemed ineligible. So I think you've heard plenty of discussion. So just to reiterate, now I do have a procedural question. So how do we, if there's already a motion and a second to table, or we tabled it, right?
We tabled it, then we removed it from the table.
Okay.
So now we'll need a motion and a second to table it indefinitely.
Okay, so we don't need to worry about the first table. All right, good. Just checking, making sure you're on top of it. Okay, so Councilor Flores?
Yeah, you need a motion?
To table indefinitely?
Yes, so moved.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's other agencies that would like to speak. I don't know if
Really?
you want to.
I'm sorry, there was, I went through, I thought the list.
If you flip the other page,
okay.
the other agencies are
Oh, I
available.
flipped it over? Well, I mean, now the ones that I didn't ask are the ones that were the ones in green. Yeah, But I just wanted to ask the ones that were deemed ineligible. But we still have a motion on the, we still have a motion. So can you just temporarily remove it for a minute so we can have a discussion, please?
No, I don't want to remove it. I think we should move
Okay.
forward with my motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, then I need a second to table it indefinitely. I'll second it. Okay, Christine, so this, to table it indefinitely, will stop the RFP process, and then staff will come back. Hopefully, they've listened to the discussion and bring back what appears to be option one, more or less. Well, yeah. I clarified it with Natalie. I said, these 21 applicants, the same process. Basically, what we're doing is now, imagine us being in the room when they were all discussing it. That's basically it. And then being able to find out, listen to why they said, okay, this isn't eligible, this is eligible, oh, okay, and just kind of go from there. If that's not right, then we need to know, because staff needs to know that. But anyways, it's, they moved in a second. So Christine?
This is on the motion to table Resolution 22-067 indefinitely. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, thank you again, Natalie and Amy and all those that worked on this. All right, so now we're going to item 7.1, Resolution 22-103. I'm sorry, ma'am. Ma'am, I called on that. I don't know where you're at. I'm sorry. And
Mayor?
I can't take any calls from.
She was the one, they were the ones that were awarded or
No.
that
No, I was.
conversation.
Yeah, I just was
Oh,
talking.
public comment. You're not going to take public comment on it?
No, we're done with this.
No,
I just.
Councilor Flores did not want to remove her second, so we can no longer discuss.
Yeah, so, okay, so we're back to Resolution 7.1, item 7.1, Resolution 22-103. Was there a motion?
Yes.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Beta. Okay. And Mr. Jose Cardona will be speaking,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
presenting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Jose Cardona, Senior Buyer Purchasing Program, Financial Services. Before you is a resolution approving a professional service agreement with the firm Stevens Law LLC. A little background on the process. The purchasing manager, in accordance with Las Cruces Municipal Code Section 24-7, determined Stevens Law LLC to be a sole source provider based on the institutional knowledge working with the city, as well as the expertise unique to New Mexico Public Regulation Commission matters. Also, awarding to another law firm would result in a delay in fulfilling the city requirements. Now, I will defer to Mr. Robert Cabello, who will address the vendor's services.
Mayor, Council. So Anastasia Stevens will be representing the city. And before I even start, I'll premise this. Anastasia Stevens is waiting online to speak and address her. She could better answer better than I could what she does to represent the city. Anyhow, to represent the city before the PRC, the Public Regulatory Commission, but also the New Mexico Supreme Court. Again, these would be rate cases against El Paso Electric, other regulatory matters, and things like power purchase agreements for alternative energy matters. And did I do this right? Okay. So, and the proposed contract is for a one-year term. It's $200 per hour. It's the $400,000 is split between the utilities and the city. And this would, the budget adjustment requirement is there. It's $200,000. again, for the city and for utilities. And these are options, but I will open it up again to questions. Again, reminding the council that Anastasia Stevens is online to answer the questions regarding her legal representation.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Basically, Mayor Pro Tem asked this to be removed, and I know she has a few questions, so. And if you don't mind, when you respond, talking to the mic, please. Okay.
Mayor, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize for not talking into the microphone.
It's okay.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. Yeah, I have some questions related to the contract itself and what are the responsibilities in terms of Anastasia reporting back to council. I didn't see any of that in the contract. So how frequent do you hear back from her administratively? Second, what is the reporting mechanism back to council in regards to the number of cases that she's working on, any kinds of concerns related to any cases having to do with El Paso Electric?
Mayor Pro Tem Gondra, there is no specific mechanism for informing, but the mechanism that would be essentially the her professionalism. She's supposed to respond and report. Anastasia Stevens does do reports to the city attorney's office. She does make reports, of course. She makes appearances before the utilities board. I know that's not the same thing as the council, but we could actually do, if we could do more work sessions if you want to talk about, say, things, the number of cases she's working on and that sort of thing. And then we could make it however frequent the council would want it, whether it's, I don't know, every 6 months, every 4 months, 2 months. I'm not suggesting any particular time period. I'm just making up these numbers.
Yeah, thank you for that, Robert. I would like to hear from her quarterly. I know that some of these cases she's working on would fit a closed meeting, I believe, if they're cases that we have to go into court. But I just feel a bit of disconnect in regards to those kinds of cases, what she's working on, and I'd like to be more informed. So if there was a mechanism, and the way I would see it is putting it in a contract that this is a responsibility, and this is how we would like, from council's perspective, to hear back from her. I think that's important to put in the contract.
Mayor, I'm sorry, may I provide some additional information? This is Jennifer Vega, your city attorney. Currently, Anastasia Stevens provides a weekly report, and it goes directly to the city attorney, it goes to the city manager, and it goes to Delilah Walsh. Anytime that she's requesting to take action on any item, previously that was approved by the city attorney's office. That I changed that, so that now gets approved directly by the city manager. So if she's going to take any kind of action on any case or intervene in any way, that is authorized by the city manager. The rules of professional conduct require that all attorneys keep clients informed, and she does do that. She does that diligently. She provides very detailed weekly reports. We can provide an update on pending matters in closed session if you would like. Currently, the reports that she provides are privileged. We can share those, but we would like to do that on a limited basis in closed session if possible.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I just know that it's not as consistent as I would like, and maybe that's something, Mr. Peely, that we can have in a standing agenda item in our own one-on-ones with each other. But I just feel like council should be aware if she wants to file a court case. I'm thinking that that's within our purview. I think that's an important thing. And so I took this opportunity to pull it because it's quite a bit of money. I don't have any problem. She's brilliant, and she has saved the taxpayer dollars, millions of dollars, and I've appreciated that. This is not a criticism on that. It's more about how legal and city managers reporting those sorts of things to council. And with that, thank you, Mayor. Turn it back to you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I have a couple questions, Robert. And I actually like Mayor Pro Tem's idea about having some type of an update, a report, because I too would like to know a little bit what's happening there. But, so does Anastasia, does she have other clients?
Mayor, council, I would ask her if she has other clients. I don't know what she does for other representation, and she's online.
Okay, so the second one is, this contract is for 1 year, correct? Maximum 400,000 plus GRT.
Mayor, council, that is correct.
Okay, what did we spend last year? Do you know approximately?
Mayor, council, I don't want to, it's 300, it's over 300. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head.
Hopefully she'll know. Okay, let me ask Anastasia, are you there with us?
I hope so, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, so just state your name for the record, please, that you are.
This is Anastasia Stevens of Stevens Law, LLC, and I thank you all for having me here today.
Okay,
yeah,
so.
I don't know exactly what the running total is for this year because my contract is on this off schedule of starting in March, but the $400,000 figure on this budget was based on last year's budget, and I sure hope it isn't going to be nearly this large this year because I've just been dropping dead working so hard. No, and that included the general rate case, and we used outside consultants for that case. Typically, we just use Joe Provencio of Utilities and Lisa LaRock from the Sustainability Officer as much as we can to minimize expenses.
Okay, so let me just
I'm sorry, I'm not succeeding in hearing you and also speaking to you at the same time on my phone, so I'm going to pause here.
Okay, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm having a little bit trouble understanding what you're saying, but let me just ask you just a couple questions, please. First one is, do you have other clients, and if so, how many?
I have a couple of other very small clients for whom minimal amount of work, absolutely minimal. And it definitely does not interfere with what I do for the city. I have considered dropping one of the governmental clients altogether just because, not that there's any direct conflict, but just because.
Okay, that's fine. So a couple, I'm going to guess 2, 3. The reason why I ask is because because we have down here 2,000 hours. So when you subtract, taking a couple of weeks off, that leaves 52 weeks. That's 40 hours a week. That basically we have that much work for you. You work basically 40 hours a week for 50 weeks. More.
Oh yes. Unfortunately, no, this year, Mr. Mayor, this year stretching from really the summer of 2020 through now, there was this general rate case, plus all the usual things, and 2 appeals going at the Supreme Court. It's really, I don't want to, I am back to my youthful days of pulling all-nighters, sad to say. But I do think that that's totally going to lighten up unless El Paso Electric keeps hitting us with more cases.
Okay, all right, well, I was able to get in a little bit of responses there. So I appreciate that, Anastasia. I don't know if any of the other council members have any questions.
And if I could add one thing, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Gandara, my contract does have a provision. If you look in the way back in the cost provision for coming down to report to the city council anytime you wish. I mean, that was put into the contract obviously pre-COVID, but that remains true. And and the reports that I provide to the city attorney and the city manager can very easily be stripped just a tiny bit to make them non-confidential if everybody wants to be bored to death by looking at 2 pages of commission cases in small print every week.
One last question. When you come down here to Las Cruces, do you charge us?
No.
Good.
No, and
Okay.
and I'll be honest, when I put that years ago, when I put that in the agreement, it was when my son was a student at NMSU, so I had housing down there. But no, I would not. Now that he's graduated, I would stay in a hotel on my own. That's out. With a contract this big, of course, that would be a gratuity.
All right. Okay, I think Councilor Flores has a question to ask of you.
Yes, I have a question either for our city attorney or our deputy city attorney or Mr. Blanchard. And I'm just curious, do you review her billing sheets? Or how is it that that amount that the mayor read out means that she works full-time? She works a 40-hour week for the city of Las Cruces? Is she
Mayor, Councilor Flores, we do review her invoices. She does work that amount of hours, especially with the rate cases, and then there's 2 Supreme Court cases on appeal. I mean, that is the truth.
So, does she submit billing sheets?
Yeah, the billing sheets, there's an invoice, there is a...
No, an invoice is quite different than a billing sheet. Billing sheets are the ones that keep track of every minute of all your time. And there's, different ways of billing, but to me, if we're not her sole employer, if she does work for other cities or other municipalities or has other clients, it just seems, I think most attorneys work far more than 40 hours a week, but that time has to be very carefully reviewed. And if she has other clients and she's working, of course, we wouldn't be privy to her other clients and her invoices there, but I'm just curious. It just seems like an extraordinary, because she does have other clients. Am I correct?
Mayor and Council, this is Jennifer Vega. Her invoices are reviewed. They're reviewed by legal, and then they're also reviewed by utilities because she does work for them. So they're reviewed by both entities because legal wouldn't be aware of everything that's occurring, but where we are not aware, they are reviewed by utilities. And as you are aware, most attorneys work probably 40 hours would be part-time for many attorneys.
Yeah,
so
I know.
It is full-time, especially, this is why we have to contract these types of cases out, because it's so time-consuming.
Yeah, well, practice of law is labor-intensive. I recognize that, but it just curious as to whether billing sheets are submitted. I would really love to, I wouldn't be privy to that probably, but I'm just curious how she bills and the increments of time and her hourly billing hour, or does she just get paid? Is it a flat rate that she gets, or is it billable hours?
Mayor and Council, it is a hourly rate, and as you are aware, they are subject to inspection by Public Records Act. We would have to redact anything that would reveal any confidential or privileged information on the billing sheet, but they are public record.
Oh, no, I understand that part, but since the city is paying for it, the city is entitled to look at that. Not the city, like all 100,000 residents. I'm saying the city as the employer to this person would be able to look at that. And that's why I'm asking you if you are able to review that.
Mayor and Council, as your city attorney, I am obligated by the rules of professional conduct to carefully review that.
Yeah.
And she is also obligated by the rules of professional conduct to submit an accurate bill. So both of us have to follow the rules, and we do that in submitting those to both clients. So they are reviewed by my office, mostly Mr. Cabello, because he works directly with utilities, and they're also reviewed by utilities.
Great. Thank you so much for your answer, and thank you, Mr. Cabello.
Mayor, Council, Councilor Flores, let me say that those invoices aren't just like a flat rate or a number. They do have, minutes within the, 6-minute intervals. They have a discussion about, they went to a hearing, had discussions with certain attorneys. It's a detailed discussion of like, I drafted these memos, I spoke to this consultant. So it is, I'm sorry I used the word invoice, but I was using the word invoice and billings sheet interchangeably, but it does have a detailed analysis of what she's doing.
And I think that Attorney Vega Brown expressed that. So thank you very much to the two of you, the two attorneys. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, if there's no further questions from council, members of the public have any? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-103. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anastasia.
Thank you. Hang up.
Okay, we're on item 9.1, Resolution 22-104. Need a motion and a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Who did the motion? Councilor Bencomo? Second by Councilor Flores. Okay. And Will Blanchard will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. William Blanchard, Budget Analyst, and the resolution before you is to accept the various budget adjustments for February fiscal year 2022. These budget adjustments contain no new programs or policy initiatives. They are focused on compliance and alignment. We have some changes to the city's vehicle acquisition fund and an adjustment to some ARPA funding. With me today, as always, I have the Public Works Director.
Excuse me, Will, we're not being able to pick up your recording. Can you, there you go.
There you go.
All right, and move the mic up a little bit. Great, thank you. Thank you, Will.
I'll just start over. These budget adjustments contain no new programs or policy initiatives. They are focused on compliance and alignment. We have some changes to the city's vehicle acquisition fund and an adjustment to some ARPA funding. With me today, as always, I have Mr. David Cedillo, the Director of Public Works, with me who will discuss changes to the CIP. And we have representatives from each department. As always, we strive to apply best practice. The amounts we are requesting today are in the column with the yellow heading, and we are letting you know what kind of adjustment we are making. R is for revenue, E for expense, and T is for transfer. We are increasing revenue in the general fund, $1,450,000 to budget compensating tax. Police is increasing revenue in the general fund, $166,500 to budget income for school resource officers. We are reducing utilities expense in the general fund, $580,200 to remove amounts already transferred for the landfill cleanup. The city manager's office is increasing expense $150,000 in the general fund for low-income utility support. Finance is increasing revenue $73,000 and expenses $528,000 to bring auction to actuals and to adjust the gross receipts tax admin fee to actual. We are reducing expense in the Mayor and Council Admin Department, $1,031,820 to remove the GRT admin fee from the incorrect account. We are increasing revenue $10,000 in the Affordable Housing Trust to budget investment income. We are increasing revenue $15,000 in the Telshore Facility Fund to budget investment income, and we are also increasing revenue $105,000 in the Telshore Fund to budget lease and interest income. Fire is increasing expenses $63,014 to budget a debt payment for the 2014 fire pumper loan. We are making some adjustments to the usage of our ARPA funds. We are moving $429,030 from the competitive pool to the transit facility, and we are going to be using bond funds to make up the difference for the competitive pool. We are making some amendments to the city's vehicle acquisition fund. We are adding 2 ambulances that will be used for the crisis intervention team. These vehicles are already budgeted. We just need the authority to actually purchase them. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo.
Thanks, Will. So what about GMC or Chevy? I'm just kidding. It's the first time I've ever seen where you put make the model, make it. Yes, David.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Cedillo, Public Works Director, as Mr. Blanchard has noted, and I will be going over the CIP amendments with you this afternoon. Big change from the last time we were here at mid-year to the last time we did this, and there was quite a few. Here we only have a couple. As Mr. Blanchard mentioned, we are essentially swapping funding from the aquatic competitive pool over to the municipal service center, and then we're moving that same amount from the municipal center transit over to the regional aquatic center. Those numbers is the change that you're going to see in the CIP. Now, I'll go ahead and elaborate a little bit. The reason for that swap is the ARPA, as mentioned before in our discussion, does require federal requirements under procurement. The competitive pool at this time is well underway. To be able to use those funds, we would have to contract that work under a separate contract. So basically, in a good faith effort to keep that project moving along without having to go out to an additional procurement for that $429,000, we are swapping these budgets. Now, transit is also receiving ARPA funding. That project hasn't been bid out yet. So that project will be bid under federal procurement, and thus the change so we can keep moving with competitive pool and still move forward with the intent of the funding as it was allowed. And with that, both Mr. Blanchard and I are available for any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Dave. Councilor Flores.
Surprise. Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. So did we fall short on the funding? Is that why we're going this way?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, thank you for the question. If you recall back earlier when the ARPA funds were approved, there was a gap in the competitive pool based on the negotiated price that came down and also the funds that we had available. At the time, nobody knew what the requirements were going to be for ARPA. But we did identify that there was a gap, and ARPA would be able to provide that, and that was in that $429,000.
Thank you so much for the explanation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else? No. Councilor Abeyta, no?
No, I'm just ready to vote.
Okay, wow, you're... Okay, well, let me just ask members of the public, you have any questions? Okay, all right, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-104. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Correa?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item number 9.2, Resolution 22-105.
So moved, Gondeta.
Second, Abeyta.
Okay, motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Abeyta. And Sherelle de la Cruz will discuss.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Okay, so greetings, everyone. Cheryl de la Cruz, Budget Analyst. The resolution before you is to accept one federal operating grant, one federal and state grant, and to reauthorize legislative funding. The Quality of Life Department has been granted FY22 expanding access to COVID-19 vaccine VAC5 funding of $5,446. These funds are to be used by senior program staff to expand access to COVID-19 vaccines for older adults in the Las Cruces in accordance with the Older Americans Act of 1965. This includes creating and distributing information about vaccines, conducting outreach to older adults, providing referrals to vaccine sites, and assisting with vaccine appointment scheduling. There is no match required for this grant. Parks and Recreation would like to reauthorize $418,842, which are remaining funds from the completed I-10, I-25 interchange project. These funds have been reauthorized in the 2021 legislative session for median improvements in Las Cruces. Funding will be used by the Parks and Recreation Department to plan, design, construct, purchase, and install park improvements, landscaping, and drainage to street medians in Las Cruces. The Police Department has been awarded FY22 Traffic Safety Police Traffic Enforcement Funds of $128,041 from New Mexico Department of Transportation Traffic Safety Division. Funding is provided to support the Police Department's End Driving While Impaired program, Buckle Up, and the Sensitive Traffic Enforcement STEP program. Funding covers personnel expenses for Buckle Up in the amount of $11,719, in DUI in the amount of $75,338, and STEP in the amount of $40,984. There is no match required for these funds. And with that, here are your council options. I will stand for questions along with Madeline Shea from Grants. We also have representatives from each of the departments available to assist with any questions today.
Okay, Councilor Flores.
Thank you so much, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Can you go back to page 2?
Yes.
So in the Parks and Recreation, the 2021 median improvements, I believe you said it'd be for the I-25, I-10 intersection area, or I hope I heard you wrong.
The funds were initially for that program, and the project was complete. So we're now asking to use the remaining funds for Parks and Rec. But
oh, okay. Then that makes me very sad, because I was hoping it'd be the Loman Roadrunner area, but Kathy's coming to the rescue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Matthews with Landscape Architect with Parks and Recreation. That's correct. The funding will be used for design and construction of medians on Loman Avenue and Roadrunner Parkway.
Oh, they will be?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. What will be used and how much and when and what? Details, please.
Yeah. So this funding, the $418,000, basically is reauthorized legislative funding. And it's being reauthorized away from the project, the I-10, I-25 landscape project, and it's being authorized for median design and construction for the Loman Avenue and Roadrunner Parkway projects.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, you know, we've only been waiting about 20 years for that. But so there was $50,000 that was allocated before I was on City Council. There was actually 50 times 6, so whatever that is. $300,000, and then I guess the councilors decided that they would divvy up that money, and each council district would get $50,000. So I think it's still sitting there. So is that added into the pot there for the Loman Roadrunner? Or was that money already used and we didn't hear about it, or what? Thank you, Kathy. Ms. Matthews.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, the city has received a $50,000 legislative grant also for median improvements. And so that funding is in the pot as well, so to speak. So that money, along with the $400,000 of this grant, will be combined to design and construct medians on Loman and Roadrunner Parkway. There are other funding sources for other kinds of projects, namely city bond money for median improvements as well, but that's a separate funding source, and we're treating that as a separate project.
Okay, but so Loman and Roadrunner actually have about 468,000?
Correct.
And then, and how soon do you think those projects would get started? I'm being crucified. Thank you.
I understand, and I'm sorry for that. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, we anticipate as soon as this money is authorized and accepted at this point in time, we'll be able to start spending it on design, and we'll get started on design right away this spring, summer, and then I anticipate starting construction in the fall. Please keep in mind that $400,000 is a lot of money, but the space is much larger than that. And so this budget will be limited probably to 1 or 2, maybe 3 medians, but we will stretch it as far as we possibly can.
Well, if I may, I know that the design takes a lot of work, and thank you for the beautiful work that you do for our city, by the way. And I know it's very expensive, but at this point, some of my constituents are saying, just throw rocks on there, just anything. And that's because of the dust and the erosion and the health and safety issues that attend there too. And also, I'd like to just point of, if it's in, yeah, should know that I travel those two roads all the time, and people are jaywalking a lot. I think that if those, and I don't know if Chief Dominguez gets any jaywalking complaints, probably, but I think with the medians being landscaped, there'll be less jaywalking, and it's becoming more. And it isn't just like, oh, someone who looks like, you know, they didn't sleep enough last night, or, you know, whatever. It's just people just, you know, crossing from, especially right in front of Dunkin' Donuts and then where Kelly Liquors, and I don't know what the relationship is there, but that's where they cross. So I don't know what's in the donuts, or in the liquor, but so yes, so thank you very much, Kathy. I'm really looking forward to seeing the designs that you come up with, and thank you again, and thank you, Sherelle.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-105. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara is absent, and Mayor.
Yes. Okay, item 9.3, Resolution 22-106. Need a motion and a second.
Motion. By Beta.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second, maybe?
Flores, second.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Flores. And Sam? Balian?
Thank you, Mayor. You'll get it right one of these days. It's okay. I'll be here for a while. That it's going to be pronounced Bailon.
Bailon?
Correct, sir. Like as in
I didn't put my
bicycle.
glasses on. I'm sorry about that.
That's quite all right, sir.
Lo siento. Sorry. Okay, it's more than you. But.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Samuel Bailon, Financial Services. I'm the buyer for this particular solicitation. And we are going to have two similar type items. This one, which is 22106, and then 22107. They are for the same project, but they are two different procurements. So this is a sole source procurement as determined by the Procurement Code 24-7, and this particular procurement is in effect until October 22nd, 2022. And the recommended company is Flipscreen out of Dallas, Texas. Flipscreen is a sole source because they are the only ones that make this particular product. Their parent corporation is Flipscreen Australia, which we're not going to import items from Australia to do the work that we need to get done on the pre-1965 foothills project that we're working on. So this particular project is one of many things to get the land that was acquired by the city of Albuquerque a few years ago by council resolution to get it up to standard. We are basically screening the trash out of the landfill area, moving it to the Corralitos landfill, and we're preparing this area to be utilized for future projects to be built up. So we have two items that we're going to be wanting to lease for the timeframes listed on the screen. There are two different size buckets, and I'll show you some pictures here a little later to see what the council is going to approve. The first is the WL270 screening bucket, and that is a minimum term of 6 months. So we will get that particular item, put it on a loader, it'll do its job. The second one is going to be the WL280D40. This is a much larger screening bucket, but this bucket carries a 12-month commitment. The project itself is not that long, but we will need it for the length of time that project is on there. The total amount of this contract is going to be approximately $800,000 plus gross receipts tax. And that is because that is subject to cost increases. COVID has impacted all environments, as you know. The cost will continue to rise. So the sooner we get this project started, the more money that we will save. So at this time, the council's options are to approve, deny, amend, or table. At this time, myself and I have Deputy Director Carl Clark here to answer any technical questions that may arise. At this time, I'll entertain your questions.
I thought you were going to show us pictures.
I am, but I got to get this thing party started.
I wanted to see this huge screen process. Oh.
All right, so this Flipscreen product, this is the WL280, which is one of the machines that we're going to get. This gets loaded on, the picture to the left is a big loader. That's the machine that's actually going to basically scoop push. And then the metal cage that you see there is the part that actually sifts out the dirt and takes, you know, the good stuff and leaves it and takes the trash out. Then we dump the trash into a big dump truck and take it to the Corralitos landfill.
Pretty interesting, yeah. Councilor Flores, did you?
Yes, I do. Amazing.
I just took a wild guess. That you
Yeah, right. Thank you so much, Mr. Bailon. I have a question. I know that this is item 9.3 on our agenda and then 9.4. And you mentioned 9.4 is basically for the same thing, equipment at the same site, presumably different kind of equipment. But but this one, 9.4 states pre-1965, and you mentioned something in 9.3. Pre-65. So why the distinction, and why do we have two items on for money for the same site?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, so there are two different procurements. The first one is going to be a sole source for the particular item that you have on there. The second one is for Wagner, which is a Caterpillar dealer, so there's going to be two different type of procurements. This machine is specifically sold only by Flipscreen. The items that we're going to lease from Wagner are different equipment, and we have to get those from a regional supplier. Flip Screen doesn't provide the water wagons and other things that you'll see in the future presentation.
Okay. When you mentioned buckets, then I knew there was something very,
Yeah, this is a very specialized
specific,
bucket.
very specialized project.
Yeah, these are very expensive buckets. We don't exactly have a lot of use for them on continual use, so that we have to lease them because we're not going to be screening dirt every single day if we buy, this is a multi-$100,000 bucket, so.
Yes, it is. And by the by, how long will it be before it all gets cleaned up? I think the process has started. There's Carl, he knows. The process started several years ago, didn't it? Yes, it did, several years ago. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bailon.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Flores, Carl Clark, Deputy Director, Environmental and Technical Support with Las Cruces Utilities. The project actually started about 3 years ago when we first took you out there for the tour, remember that? And then we anticipate if you all approve these resolutions that we'll be complete hopefully by October. That's we think we can get it done faster, but I'm just giving you, the scheduled date that we anticipated, but we hope to get done faster with that.
And we haven't had any surprises insofar as the excavations? No dead bodies or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
No dead bodies, please. Yeah, we won't even mention that. Mayor, Councilor Flores, there's been nothing that we didn't anticipate. I didn't anticipate so many rainbow bread bags. That's what I didn't anticipate. It's just thousands and thousands of them. I don't know why. Maybe they used to take the old loaves and dump them there, but the bread is gone and the bags are left behind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark, and thank you, Mr. Bailon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-106. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 9.4, Resolution 22-107. Need a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores and second by Councilor Abeyta. Sam Bailon will be discussing.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon once again, Mayor, members of the City Council. Before you, you have a resolution for, once again, the pre-1965 Foothills Landfill Rental Equipment Phase 2. As noted before, this is for different equipment. This equipment is going to be through Wagner, and Wagner is our local distributor that allows us to rent the Caterpillar brand equipment. And they are currently going to be procured under a CES contract, what is commonly known as a piggyback. We have this contract that is in force with CES at this time. We are recommending the award for Wagner. Once again, we are going to do a 6-month contract, and this is going to terminate approximately August 31st. As you heard the Deputy Director say, we should be finished by October, but given the 6-month term and to get it to council, we may move this plus 1 month over. The contract amount is going to be $280,000 as noted on the screen, and this is for the wheel loader, the excavator, a bulldozer, and a water wagon. And I do not have pictures of the wheel loader. You saw the wheel loader before on the last picture, but I don't have pictures of excavator and bulldozer.
I don't really care to see those. We're good.
I can definitely email you a
You've seen them
picture.
all. I wanted to see
You want to
that
see all
other
the
one
Tonka
that-
toys, sir?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see them all the time.
So with that said, let me see. I have a couple of pictures here for you. This is going to be of the sites that we're working on out there. So this is what they are digging out. There's one of the loaders there doing a little bit of work. There's a couple of the you may not be able to see them that clear, but there is some other equipment that we would similarly be using on those. And that's one of the heavy-duty machineries doing some digging there for us. This is not what we're going to rent. This is what.
Ms. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Bailon and Mr. Clark, I do have a request on this. As you know, or probably know or should know, all this kind of work creates a lot of dust, and so the emails will start coming as soon as all this starts, and then I'll be asking you to mitigate the conditions. But I just hope that we're preemptory on that. Thank you.
I think they put down water when they do this. So.
Yeah.
But
Mayor,
not to the satisfaction of most of the people who live there.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Flores, you're correct. There's going to be a lot of dust with the windy season coming on, but that's why we're renting the large water wagon. And we actually have gotten a few kudos from the neighborhood there. A gentleman that watches our project every day when he drinks his coffee. And he's called us, and he's personally called me and let me know what a great job they're doing in regards to applying the water. He hadn't seen a lick of dust come off that site. So.
Thank you so much, Carl, Mr. Clark. And thank you, Mr. Bailon.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-107. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 9.5, Council Bill number 22-015. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Abeyta, second by Councilor Bencomo. And Mr. David Ware will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I have today before you is the complete street ordinance for your adoption. Just to start out, kind of give you some context on what complete streets are. They are streets that are designed for all modes of transportation, so of everything from pedestrian, bicycle, transit users to automotive users. It's also for all people's abilities and ages. Complete streets are designed to be context sensitive, meaning that the design of the street, the cross-section, is to take into account whether it's in an urban setting or rural setting, what are the adjacent land uses. And it's also intended to balance the safety and convenience of all those type of users. The benefits for adopting these type of policies and ordinances, that it can improve health, safety, and equity throughout the community. It can also reduce the transportation costs and traffic congestion in the city. The proposed ordinance itself, this is kind of an overview of the main points. It ensures a regulatory process to implement complete street principles. It puts it in an ordinance that provides direction to staff to develop other ordinances related to that. And it really applies to all new street projects that are proposed in new development on the private side, and then also when the city undertakes the rehabilitation of streets within the transportation networks. It also establishes a complete streets review committee. This is something to look over and provide oversight on the policies and the construction and provide guidance on how to go forward with that. It provides criteria on how to select the various projects that take place and how to prioritize those. It provides, basically assures that when we put a project on the CIP list, that it follows the guidelines for selecting and prioritizing those and implements the other plans that the city has. It also adopts reference guidelines and manuals, very specific engineering guidelines that would help the design and engineering of the streets and the transportation network. And it also provides a process to outline the evaluation, the monitoring, and the reporting of the implementation steps. Basically, it requires a series of reports on an annual basis, and the committee itself would meet twice a year per the ordinance. The policy support, basically, it puts into ordinance form policies that have already been adopted have been a part of your plans for numerous years, and specifically a complete street resolution that was adopted in 2009. Also the policies and direction of implementation measures for the active transportation plan. And lastly, Elevate Las Cruces, which it instructs the city to create complete streets, if I read my writing, calm streets, and active streetscapes throughout the community. As far as the process, the initial Complete Streets Ordinance was reviewed by the Health Committee in August of last year. The initial draft was then put through a review and input from the departments that are responsible for complete street implementation. You reviewed this at the end of last year, and you had some direction that you wanted staff to present, so it was tabled indefinitely. Per that direction, the ordinance has been redrafted. All the comments that you made at that time were put into the ordinance. Earlier this month, it was reviewed by the Transportation Sustainability Infrastructure Policy Review Committee meeting. And then just as a last note, in regards to the implementation of Elevate Las Cruces, your city's comprehensive plan, we have a project going on as a city called Realize Las Cruces that's reviewing all the development standards and development codes for the community. So as a part of that review, this ordinance will be reviewed at the same time, and if there's any amendments that need to be taken place, or we see how this implementation goes, it can be addressed at that time and incorporated into Realize your other development codes. And so with that, you have your standard options. You can adopt that with your yes, you can deny it with a no, you can amend as possible, or if there's further direction you want staff to take, you can table the ordinance. I believe that there are also members of the public and advocacy groups here this afternoon that may want to address council also.
Thanks, Steve. Let me go to council first and see if they have any questions. We have Councilor Flores and then Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Weir. I reviewed the entire ordinance, the Exhibit A that was attached to our agenda. And so there are just, I don't want to belabor this, but I must. So please forgive me. On page 1, section 32-41, why is there a distinction between subsection A and subsection B? Subsection A says criteria, lists the criteria, and it has, Elevate Las Cruces, map 1.4. So if we want to know what 1.4 is, we have to schlep this around. It gets pretty heavy. And I was just wondering if the language to which the Elevate Las Cruces, 1.4 can't be there. That's number one. Okay. The other is, the language is okay. It goes on to say owned and maintained by the city of Las Cruces, or B, designed, collector, and above. Why limit it to collector and above? Why not just all roads? And are being designed and constructed by private developers as part of subdivision or site development and will become part of the city's owned and maintained street network. And what concerns me about that provision is that, I might be wrong, but you would know better to correct me if I'm wrong. It's my understanding that there are agreements between developers and the city to build streets that aren't up to, quote, city code, unquote. And what the developers do after that, at least it's happened in my district, is that they form HOAs, or they form some kind of homeowners, whatever. And when the homeowners, in fact, when the homeowners believe that that the city should take over, then it's just too late. because there's an agreement and yada, yada. And you know exactly, perhaps I'm not stating it correctly, but correct me if I'm wrong, if there if there's such an agreement, then those streets would be excluded, correct?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, can I take the easier one first?
Mm-hmm.
The reference to the major thoroughfare map is basically just to provide clarification. That document has a map that shows where all the collector and arterial streets are in the city.
Kind of, sort of. They're kind of hard to make out.
Okay, we'll work on that.
Yeah.
But basically, that has the existing built streets and has where streets will be future ones will be built as development takes place. And it calls out the arterials and collectors, which is one of the areas that our current design standard have bike and multi-use standards that we require at that time. So it basically folds into this ordinance, and that provides the clarity. In regards to
subsection B?
Subsection B, I think what that talks about, again, is you actually asked two questions there. One, when we do streets that will be dedicated to the city, they have to meet all the city requirements. So our current design standards require that the traffic lanes be a certain size, bike lanes be a certain size, sidewalks be a certain size. So, and bike lanes are only required on collector and arterial streets, our bigger streets. Local streets, the expectation is that bicycles share the traffic with the residential. It's kind of commuter type of uses. So basically what that provision is saying is that you're addressing these complete street policies, you're making an ordinance, they have to incorporate that into all of those type of areas. The expectation is that our local streets are already meeting those standards. All of our areas in town, except the rural areas, require sidewalks. So again, it's just saying the complete street ordinance is providing direction on how to address those. It talks to when private development does development, the requirements they have. When the city does a major rehabilitation projects, it's directing them to, again, address all those modes of transportation and the infrastructure they need. So that's primarily the streets, the sidewalks, and accommodating bike lanes, intersection treatments, the ability for people to safely cross streets. So again, that language is provided to make sure that we encompass all those as the city does projects. That in one essence, this is does a lot to implement your Elevate Las Cruces, because it does talk about the complete streets, the calm streets, and then making active roadsides. So that's very positive. And then the last question you had was about private streets. So those are not dedicated to the city. And so typically the developer can propose maybe a different standard, but the understanding is that the city will not do the maintenance on those. That is the responsibility of, like you said, a homeowners association or some other type of development agreement. We have had times in the past when a community or an area where those streets are at, they've asked them to be dedicated to the city in the future. And so a couple of things the city has done. One, they have required that the engineering of that street be up to city standards, so that if they were to be accepted, they would be able to fall under the same maintenance schedule the city has. The other thing that we've required in those circumstances is that if there's any city requirement that's not being met, that it be brought up to city standards at that time. So that does take place, but it always goes through a public process. It goes through our subdivision approval process, in which it's reviewed by staff, then it's adopted by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and if there's any amendments or any changes to those standards, they go through that process, and there's the appeal process that takes place. But there have been those circumstances in the past where the city has allowed development to take place on private streets.
Well, they're called private streets, but everybody uses them. I mean, in so many cases, they're thoroughways. What would it take? Would it take an ordinance to eliminate that possibility? Because I know in District 6 already, and I think you know too, that we're one of the first things I was called on as a city councilor were the residents who live up on Majestic Ridge, that area behind, there's this, and you're probably very familiar with it, their homes, and then their alleyway is their garage, how they access their garage. And a lot of people who bought the homes subsequent to the original design or bought it from the developers or the builders or whatever, or didn't know anything about an HOA. And so they find themselves with roads that are, not very drivable, safe in many ways, and they have no recourse. So I guess it would take a city ordinance to eliminate that sort of a situation, which allows a builder to have that kind of an option for prospective buyers, and then subsequent unknowing buyers.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, I don't know if you need another ordinance. You just have to stop, the city would have to stop approving those waivers to those standards. But it's a double-edged sword. The other thing that we see is why people want private streets is because they want a gated community. And so they limit the access, and so the city, even for emergency purposes, has to make arrangements for those areas, and that's the way the developer who puts that development forward requests that's to be done. He feels that that's the most expedient way for him to I guess, develop or to sell his product. So it's a choice.
Well, a choice for the builder, but not the buyer, because it becomes an adhesion contract where if you want this house, this is what goes with it. You have to maintain the roads from here until eternity. I mean, I'm just saying, I just don't understand why the city would have something like that. I mean, gated communities, I understand. I don't care for them, but I understand. But to have roads, I mean, we as a city that has resources, different funding resources, find it difficult to keep our public roads maintained. I just find it to be, and so that's why Section B is problematic to me. But insofar as what we have to deal with now, what I've raised is probably outside the scope of Section B.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, it would be. That's an existing situation, and this ordinance wouldn't apply unless that community came forward and said they wanted to dedicate that to the city, and the city chose to take that under their maintenance.
Right, and then we have codes that specifically lay out what steps have to be taken to rededicate to the city. Is that correct?
We have processes for that.
You have processes, but not a code, just processes.
Well, it would be a dedication plat, and that's in a code. It's part of the subdivision code.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Weir. Thank you. And so, but Section B, A or B, how is B different than Section A?
And Mayor and Councilor Flores, I closed my exhibits. Can you tell me what section that was again?
So Section A are located within the Las Cruces city limits and are listed on the Elevate Las Cruces map 1.4, future thoroughfare map, and are owned and maintained by the city of Las Cruces. Or B are designated collector and above, and are being designed and constructed by private developers as part of subdivision or site plan development, and will become part of the city's owned and maintained street network. So does B mean that?
Madam Chair, or excuse me, Mayor and Councilor Flores, I believe what they're trying to do is say, when it's already a city street and already in our maintenance system, these are the streets that we're requiring as they're upgraded, a major upgrade takes place with them, that these standards are applying to. B applies to new streets that will be constructed in the future. It's saying that the developer would be required to meet the requirements of this ordinance. And so that's the distinction between the two.
So it's a good distinction.
Yes.
It puts an onus, the onus of complete streets on the builder.
I would argue that it makes all street improvements, captures them, whether it's being done by the city or being done by a private developer.
I think that, yeah, okay. Yeah, just kind of, it kind of just, you know, it seems to me it would just be better to say it applies to all roads, to all streets, and it just gets a little cumbersome when it's collector and above and yada, yada. Okay, and then there's a page, on my page, section, oh, wait a minute. Section 32-43, section 32-43, general policy, subsection A, subsection 5, and the line is, I believe, line 7. It's hard to tell because these are not really aligned very well. So the last paragraph sentence, the last sentence in subsection 5 reads that local streets, quote, local streets with vehicle lane widths exceeding 12 feet are strongly discouraged, except where motor vehicles and bicycles share lanes on bicycle routes designated by the City of Las Cruces Active Transportation Plan. Now, strongly discouraged, that's ambiguous. Who's going to strongly discourage? The person who's been killed on the road, on a narrow street? The grieving family? I mean, it seems to me that that language is so subjective, and it's just so strongly discouraged by whom?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, the city's cross-section for local streets is 36 feet, and that includes parking on both sides of the street, which is 8 to 9 feet.
So that'd be 18 feet on each side.
Yeah, and then that's two-way traffic, so our traffic lanes are typically 9 to 10 feet for local streets. So no new streets would ever have a right-of-way greater than 12 feet. The only subdivisions that I'm aware of that have a cross-section that wide is the Jornada North and Jornada South subdivisions, and those are all greater than an acre in size. And it, again, is very low traffic. And then when you say who would have the discretion on that, those are dedicated streets, and so any major reconstruction of those would be undertaken by the city, and then they would, the way this ordinance is granted, those major projects would have to be reported to that committee, and then follow the guidance and the manuals that are in this ordinance. So I would. Wouldn't argue, but I would say that there are safeguards to address those type of situations. And then in neighborhoods, like I said, the Jornada South, they'd have all the information going forward, what the safety conditions are in that area. And if it was deemed that reconstructing those, they should be reduced, and the sidewalks and should be created, the city would have direction to do that.
And how wide, for example, is Roadrunner Parkway?
Roadrunner Parkway, I'm guessing, is probably at least 36 feet both directions. I don't know, David, but that's not a local street. That's a collector and arterial. So this clause wouldn't apply to Roadrunner.
Okay. And then on going down the same page, but subsection 7, section 32-43, subsection A7. There's there's a sentence, and then the first clause, there's a comma, roadway, comma, not including the city's annual roadway construction program. It seems like not shouldn't be there. Why is not there?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, I agree that's an awkward sentence.
It's not awkward, it's
But I think if you take both of the clauses out, it says roadway projects shall be designed to mitigate existing insufficient multimodal facilities. I think what the clauses are trying to do is basically say if you're filling a pothole, you don't have to follow this ordinance, but in all other circumstances that you do. But I agree that should be clarified. But it was published, and so that amendment would have to either take place with your motion today or provide staff direction with that.
Okay, so, I mean, you agree that it's awkward, you agree that it could be misconstrued, or, you know, I mean, it's, so if we were to take not out of there, we would have to perhaps table to a date certain.
No, I think you could amend it today.
We could amend it today? Okay.
Or you could provide direction for us to staff to clarify that.
Let me just clarify something, Councilor. All the things you're talking about, if we do that, I think we need to table it. If you want to just remove the word not, I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Ms. Ramirez, if we were to table it to a date certain, how soon would we be able to get it back on calendar? Or is that for the mayor or for the department to, or our city attorney?
So if it's substantial changes to the ordinance, we would have to table it indefinitely and bring it back as a whole new ordinance.
Well, and then
but if you're making one change like the not, we can amend it today. But any other substantial changes will have to be brought back.
Substantial as in taking out a whole paragraph?
Mayor,
or adding a paragraph? What makes it substantial? Because the word not is substantial insofar as if it remains, it means one thing. If it's taken out, it means another thing. So it's substantial. So,
Mayor and Councilor Flores, I think if you take the not out, you're not getting what you want. You're basically then excluding any city reconstruction project if you remove that word. You're basically saying you're excluding routine maintenance, including city's annual roadway reconstruction program. And I don't think that's what you want to do.
well, this is excluding routine maintenance. Did anybody else read it the way I did? Okay. So let's just go back to that later. But then down number 9, the same subsection, line 29, which says this may include, this is traffic calming techniques. This may include striped buffers, comma, adding parallel parking where it does not currently exist. There should be a comma after exist. Or installing parallel stripes delineating existing parking lanes. So besides that comma, it seems to me that this may include, should have a comma, and the language inserted, but not limited to, comma, striped buffers, et cetera, because there may be new technologies, and if there were new technologies, would this language limit calming devices to the ones that are listed, that are stated, that are named?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, since you have may in there, I would say it does not limit you to those items. It allows you to adjust for additional techniques and items that may changing technologies.
Okay. Let me ask our attorney, would it make a big difference, Attorney Vega Brown? Or would we have to table if we were to add, this may include, comma, but not limited to, comma, strike buffers, et cetera, et cetera?
Mayor and Council, I'm trying to read it I'm trying to pull it up in its entirety. It'd be better for me to read the entire thing. So I'm going to think that you're going to have to bring it back
because of that? You mean because there's just so much that isn't
Yes.
quite right? Okay. Then going through this, under the same subsection, but subsection, excuse me, A, subsection 10, B. If you read A, subsection A under 10, it says yada, yada, blah, blah. And then subsection B, the second sentence there says, these tables also show which features such as parking lanes. But in reading subsection A, I don't see any tables mentioned. Are we supposed to assume that whatever it says there in reference to ELC Elevate Las Cruces, the tables are there?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, those are tables that are in the thoroughfare that talk about context-sensitive streets. It has a whole table that, depending on whether you're in an urban area, suburban area, or urban, it calls out the lane widths, the drainage treatments, speed limits, everything. It basically gives you the menu to build the streets. And so that's the tables it's referring to.
Yeah, but it doesn't, but it says these tables as if they had been mentioned somewhere else before, and there isn't any reference in subsection A, or where is it?
I would say that roadway cross-sections shall be designed and built using guidance from Elevate Las Cruces, and those are the tables from Elevate Las Cruces.
Where? It doesn't say it here.
It's a subclause of that 10th item.
Then why doesn't it just say tables in paragraph A, David? Geez. And the reason is because, say someone wants to challenge, the provisions of subsection B, and then they have to make reference to something somewhere else. There's no reference point. Okay. And so then going down to section 32-44, project compliance, subsection F, no, G. So where it says subsections, design and engineering of street, sidewalks, bikeways, and other facilities shall follow the relevant standards set forth in the following documents, or any successor documents or standards that may result in their amendment or replacement. And then, so that is meant to cover everything that exists now and may exist in the future of those reference
Mayor,
books?
Council Flores, that's how I would read that section.
Okay, great. Okay, I just want to make sure I read it okay. And then in section 32-45, 32-45. The opening sentence to the sub sections, God bless you. The city shall use the city shall use an existing advisory committee or PRC on multimodal transportation issues to assign it to the Complete Streets Advisory functions. And so I have, it says create to use an existing advisory. And it seems to me that it said or PRC, and I guessed, it's just the stupid assumption that maybe that meant the TSI.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, I think that gives you as a council discretion on who you want to do that, but
Well, not really, because subsequent to that, it says, subsection B says, the committee shall meet at least annually. The only committee I see is the PRC. So was that just?
you also have the Planning and Zoning Commission. The subdivision code has a development review committee. You're a member of the MPO, so I think it's up to your discretion on some of those technical bodies that who you would like. I think it's intent to give you more flexibility.
Okay.
And choice.
So it could be, so it isn't limited to PRC, and it isn't limited to an existing advisory committee. It could be anything the council wants to create.
No, I wouldn't go that far. I would think it's an existing, it would have to be your Planning and Zoning Commission, your Subdivision Development Review Committee, one of the MPO committees, or one of your 5 PRCs, Policy Review Committees.
I see. Okay, so, and that would have to be implemented pretty soon following this, okay. Mr. Mayor, I have a question, procedural question. Do you take comments from the, at what point do you take any input from the public?
After council has their questions, and then
Okay.
I'll open it up.
Great. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any, Councilor Graham?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, if I had any reason for wondering why this has been going on since 2009, now I know. Just kidding. I know it sounds like we're going to end up tabling this again, but I'm hoping that we're just going to get everything out there at once so we don't continually revisit this like an item at a time. So
There's another way to do it. This is an ordinance. It's law. If we
Right, but can we get it all out now? And that way we don't have to, and then the next time we bring it up, then something else is brought up. I'm saying, like, I agree with you, but we need to do it more than like one item at a time, is all I'm saying.
There's no other way to do it because we do not go through the creation of this document. And how else are we going to look at it to make sure that it is what we need for the city?
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm just saying, like, let's get it all out here now. One concern I had when I just did like a Control F find search on this, our multi-use paths and trails are really only mentioned once. So if we are going back to add some language, I'd like to see those multi-use paths and trails included more robustly. And I've had a lot of constituent feedback, and I'm really happy to see some folks in the audience here, Mr. Pearson, Mr. Sita, Ms. Thomas, who have had really incredible input, and I think Councilor Flores is also wanting to hear from them, and I appreciate that. Ensuring that public input is as robust as possible on this ordinance. If we are trying to create true multimodal, equitable streets, we need as many voices in there as possible. And those were my only 2 specific comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Curran?
I was going to propose that we place TSI specifically as the PRC that this would go to, just based on what the TSI committee sort of talked about when we heard this at our last meeting. But I'm open. It sounds like you're suggesting other things and/or no amendments at this time, and we're just going to table it. But if that's the case, I would put in a plug for the TSI committee to be the one among the ones that you mentioned.
Okay, so let me clarify this, Councilor. So you want to table it, and you want you want this to go to the TSI? Is that what I'm hearing?
I would actually say that I think we should pass it, and so I would propose an amendment. So I think that but it sounds like the general sentiment is. I'm not sure what the sentiment is.
Councilor, I'm prepared to move forward with it. Maybe take out that word "not" that Councilor Flores was talking about. I actually want to hear from the public, and then maybe get some gauge from what they're thinking.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're finished, I mean, you're welcome to continue.
No, I'm good. I just would propose that amendment. If we were going to pass it, I would propose that if we were going to be in the amendment phase, I would make that amendment. But it sounds like there are other amendments to be made as well.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Okay. Okay, so council's good. I'm going to go to the public. Okay, so how many members are here that wish to speak? Raise your hand. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 minutes each. Okay, so let me just start with this gentleman in the back, and then George, Mahesh, and then Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Thomas. And I just need you to state your name, please. 4 minutes.
I love that part, by the way, since I'm short. So, my name is Abraham Sanchez. I am a resident of Las Cruces, resident of District 2, actually. I also work for a local nonprofit organization called Doña Ana Communities United. We have a lot of members who actually don't necessarily drive cars. They get to where they need to be in lots of different ways. I also previously served, when I lived in District 1, I served on the Planning and Zoning Commission for 3.5 years. So a lot of this conversation is very familiar to me, and I'm glad to see that we're actually visiting these things, because these are, in fact, I remember 3.5 years ago sharing the dais with the council in a work session to talk about the active transportation plan. So I'm constantly telling community members that no, things actually do happen in Las Cruces. It can just take some time. And so I say that because that's most of the sentiment that I wanted to just share with you, at least when I've gone back to members of Doña Ana Communities United to talk about so much of this, is I spent some time last week looking through, similar to Councilor Flores, looking through the ordinance, and there are some concerns that I have, some areas where I look at it and think, wow, this is cool, but it doesn't go nearly far enough. In particular, what it really does is it just mandates that we actually have a review, and so we can check and see how we're doing once this is passed, but there's actually no enforcement mechanism. So the report might come back and say, yeah, we're doing a horrible job, and there's no provision for us to do anything more, actually. So that being said, when I shared that concern with members of the organization, they said, no, we hear you, Abraham, believe me, we know this, we know these concerns. We are also just absolutely tired of waiting for this kind of thing. Like Councilor Graham said, it's 13 years in the making, and so these kinds of things actually can't happen fast enough for our community. We actually have pedestrians who have died within the last year. I know someone personally who died just walking down the street with some groceries. So these things are very serious. It's urgent that we actually get these things done. I also understand that it's important that we get it done properly. And so my hope, at least if nothing else, would be that if we are going to revisit this at another time, we can't keep doing this. We've got to get it right if that's what we're going to do. And I would also say that because what's been at least communicated to me is that this is actually a step in the right direction, even if it were to pass today. And it's better than nothing, actually, at the end of all of this. And so I would strongly encourage you to either vote for this today, or if we revisit this, we don't want to keep hanging this over the city saying, yeah, we're going to work on this at some point in time, we're going to get this done. I will just speak frankly, I think that there are community members who get very frustrated when we have to see those things. And it happens a lot with our city, actually. So I thank you for this time, and yeah, I'm very hopeful, though. I'm very optimistic about this. This is definitely the direction that we need to be moving in our city, is providing all these alternative ways for people to get where they need to go, and for us to actually change the culture that we have in our community, where we think of streets as the things that cars travel on. We actually just need to think of them as the things that human beings travel on in the various ways that they do that. So I hope that today, if nothing else, we get to take a step in that direction in a very serious, in a very intentional way. So I thank you, and yeah, I hope this passes in one way or another.
All right, thank you. George?
Thank you. My name is George Pearson. I'm president of Velo Cruces and chair of the MPO Bicycle and Pedestrian Facilities Committee. The headlines of Sunday's Albuquerque Journal is record number of pedestrians killed in Albuquerque. This headline could be used for Las Cruces and for the entire state. Last year, 99 pedestrians and 7 bicyclists were killed by vehicles in New Mexico. That's out of a total of 470 traffic fatalities. The MPO looks at safety targets yearly, and the trend is for more fatalities each year. Complete Streets is needed as a tool to reduce traffic fatalities. As a specific example, look at the Roadrunner extension north of US 70. A public meeting was held showing how only half of the street would be built. I pointed out that the bicycle facilities were only on one side of the street, and that we would be constructing an unsafe roadway for bicyclists. This input was well received, and my takeaway was that the design would be changed to have bicycle lanes in both directions. However, the road was constructed as originally presented. The Complete Streets ordinance would have required building a safer facility. Also, please take a closer look at section 3245. You should consider an amendment that names a specific committee, the TSI, or creates a new committee that with duties as outlined in the ordinance that includes the community and a place where we have discussions on multimodal issues. The BPAC is now just a public forum, and there's no action that can be taken. So we need a voice for these people. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Mahesh?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, and thanks for having me here today. And, you know, I just want to thank the Mayor and Councilor Beta Stewie, and, you know, I approached the Mayor in 2019, before the COVID hit. But, you know, I am happy, like, you know, we're here today. And, you know, I totally understand Councilor Flores' concerns. And, you know, we looked at this, and what you have before is a good, you know, ordinance. And I think this ordinance is better than what was passed in Albuquerque. And I do understand, like, you know, some of the concerns, and that could be, you know, done through an amendment today. I mean, that'd be good. But, you know, we can, you know, wait for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I mean, that'd be fine. But, you know, the bottom line with this ordinance is, like, you know, this is going to make, you know, residents, you know, of Las Cruces, and including folks like me who visit here, you know, to be more safely traveling through the city streets and, you know, improving their health. And, you know, as I said, like, you know, this will save lives. This will cut down on pedestrian fatalities, accidents, and, you know, and our observation is, like, you know, if you adopt this ordinance, it may not be, like, you know, the most perfect, but it is one of the best ordinances you would have adopted. And you could always revisit and, you know, make changes if you want to. But, you know, we're certainly, you know, work with Councilor Flores and, you know, anyone who have any issues. And, you know, we, again, thank the mayor and the city council for, you know, this opportunity, and look forward to working with you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Mahesh. Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Sherry Thomas. Good to see you.
This thing is really
Okay,
Yeah, I know.
now, so I had lots of things to say, but I'm just going to stick with two things. I think that paragraph with the not is a really big problem, and maybe you could fix that language today. The only other problem that I have, and it has to do with the advisory committee, and I think that committee needs to include members of the community and not just be a committee that's mostly staff. I mean, you have people like George Pearson, who represents the bicycle committee. You have Ashley Curry from Safe Routes to School. You have Dave Lynch from AARP. Those are all people who represent large parts of the community, of people who are very affected by how our streets are designed. So, and I know there are some other smaller things that need to be fixed, but I think we all are anxious to pass this, and I think you could go back later and look at how you put together the advisory committee. The only real problem I see that has to be fixed today is that problem with the not in that sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so what council wants to do? Okay, so Councilor Coran and then Councilor Flores.
I was going to propose 2 amendments to the proposal, which I think is, we would do that in discussion, right? Approve the amendments and then move to approve?
How about just before you do the motion, why don't you just talk to us what they are?
Okay.
So, because if they are substantial, we may have to table it.
I was just going to propose the 2 amendments of
Well,
the.
I know, but just-
So,
Oh, no, go ahead. What before, don't make the motion, just say, just tell us what you're thinking, please.
I would like to propose those 2 amendments, barring any further discussion. So that, I guess, it seems like other.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, eliminating the word "not" from that sentence and adding TSI as the designated committee. Those are the 2.
When would we put the TSI? Are you saying, because once we pass this, it's passed. It doesn't need to go to the TSI committee.
No, I'm saying amend the resolution to specify the TSI committee as the committee that is the advisory committee.
Oh, in the future?
In the resolution.
Can you clarify that, David? Does it need to have an advisory committee?
It says advisory committee or an existing PRC. So what do you mean, Becky?
I was going to suggest that we explicitly list the TSI PRC as that. But I see.
Is that necessary that?
Mayor and City Council, I don't think it's necessary, but if that's specifically who you want to handle that reporting responsibilities, you can designate them and change that language.
Councilor, how about if we just in the future, if there's more issues, because this could be looked on as a kind of as a living document. I mean, if there are some future changes, we then direct it to the TSI. But if we were to put it in there now, it would be kind of confusing because then usually we go to the PRCs before we do a work session, before we bring it to City Council. This is like its final destination.
Right. I am calling for line 22 under the implementation to be modified, and I see that the city attorney has her hand raised related to the ongoing compliance and reporting from Public Works.
Oh, I see. Okay. Jennifer, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you could just direct to the section and to the line number so that we can know what this specific amendment will be. Thank you.
So that particular amendment would be on page 7, line 22. Strike an existing committee and advisory committee or PRC, or up through and or, and then you could just put the TSI committee.
Mayor, Councilor Coran, it would be section 32-45.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, just for clarification, so that would then, line 22 to read, the city shall use the Transportation Sustainability Infrastructure Policy Review Committee
Then strike the multimodal well, I don't know if that.
Mayor and council, and I would also spell out PRC because it's not previously defined.
I agree.
Okay, keep that on. Okay, just strike through the or.
Okay, so far, it just sounds like you wanted just to remove the not? Is that?
No.
I think that would be another amendment, I suspect. I don't think, doesn't each amendment have to be considered by itself?
It does, but so you still want to move forward with the TSI?
Yes.
Is that what you were thinking?
Yes.
Okay, let me go to Councilor Mayor Pro Tem had a question, then Councilor Flores had a question, and then I need to verify something. And what I want to verify is whether or not we want to use a PRC as almost as a quasi, because I don't want to be usurping the city manager's authority or interfere with operations day to day. That's the only thing that I was a little concerned about. To have updates brought to the TSI is fine, but for the TSI committee to be the oversight, I don't know. That's unusual.
Okay.
Okay. But we'll confer while we're talking with Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilor Flores. Or was that what you're going to bring up?
In part, yes. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Becky, Councilor Curran, for the amendments. I think they make sense to me. The only concern I have about the PSI is trying to, the Policy Review Committee, yeah, why did I say that? PRC is that it is very limited, and I would like to include other groups in that. And I think, as I have found out in other PRCs, we can do that. It just means a change in the in the document, the ordinance, and moving through legal. So I think it is very. It is for council to help build policies, if you will, but I don't know about that particular one, but some of ours have other agencies or entities that are very specific to that particular, like for example, health. We have MMC, Mountain View, those individuals that could give a lot of feedback. So in order for me, I think, to agree to the PRC, I would like for us to open it up to include some of the areas, groups that are very specific to this particular issue, like George Pearson and the Safe Schools, Safe Routes to Schools, and those other, or ARPA, I think those are ARP, I think those are great individuals to have in a PRC, and I don't think that they exist now as it stands. So now, the PRCs were never meant to they were only meant to discuss items and build policy, not to operationalize any of those things or act as a oversight committee for Mr. Peely at all. So I think, I don't know, Jennifer, can you help us with that piece?
Mayor and council, yes, the PRCs, their duties and responsibilities are specifically outlined in the ordinance. So if you want to expand that scope, you would have to amend that ordinance to allow for that particular PRC.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jennifer, Attorney Vega Brown. So do you have that language at hand? Do you have it readily available, the language about the PRC and how it's?
Wow, she's looking that up, let me just go right to Councilor Bencomo. Can I come back to?
No, I have a question for Christine in the meantime. So Christine, Ms. Rivera, City Clerk Rivera, do we, advisory boards, those are formed for the purpose of, like the Airport Advisory Board. They have no real power in the sense that they can't regulate, or they might state their wants and their dreams and all that sort of stuff. But they are listened to. I know that Andy Hume, our administrator for the airport, takes it into, and I support them, I mean, to the extent that I'm the liaison. Would it be possible to form an advisory committee that would be, because I just learned recently, after being on PRCs for 4 years, that because our health committee used to be dynamite, you know, and we used to have people from all walks of health represented there. And but I think we're told we have to cut back. I thought it was COVID. I thought it was because of COVID. But it looks like the function of a PRC is not to open it up to the public. Beats me, but.
Mayor and Council, in Section 2-1108 that provides for the scope of the PRC, the purpose of the PRC is to formulate recommendations to the City Council on specific issues or subject areas that have direct community-wide impact on the health, safety, living conditions, and general quality of life for people in the city. And then it further defines the specific PRC. The duties of transportation, sustainability, and infrastructure shall make specific recommendations regarding the transportation of people within the city and efficient ease of access of goods and services that will support economic sustainability and environmental health. The goals of the PRC are to develop and recommend policies to ensure long-term viability of the city, including the development and maintenance of the city's utilities, roadways, facilities, and other physical infrastructure aligned with the city's adopted comprehensive departmental strategic business and issue-specific plans.
Attorney Vega, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Thank you. Attorney Vega Brown, that reading, to me, there's nothing in there that prohibits us from inviting the public to attend our meetings. So can we do that, and then upon discussion, as we used to do, then formulate policy, you know, the 3 members bring it to City Council? We wouldn't be in violation of anything, would we?
Mayor and Council, our current PRCs are required to adhere to the Open Meetings Act. They are public meetings.
Okay, well then, a PRC would probably be the best way to do it, or maybe not. Maybe we should have an advisory committee in terms of really having, because an advisory committee would then not identify, but would then draw people from the community who have, who represent certain interests or certain, well, I don't know, points of view.
Mayor and Council, it depends on how you want to formulate this ordinance. It could conflict. I don't know what the amendment would be. Right now, there's a little bit of conflict because I'm sorry, what page is this?
7.
Okay. The meeting times do not exactly align with our current PRC ordinance.
What meeting times?
It says receiving biannual reports. PRCs meet on a different meeting schedule. Let's see, subsection B, the committee shall meet at least biannually. So that's a little bit different than the PRCs. They have a different meeting schedule.
Oh, so there's inconsistencies in this, and we would definitely have to change that without a doubt.
Correct.
So if we go to PRC, we definitely have to table to a date uncertain, but then we'd want to get it back within 3 weeks.
Mayor and council, generally, if you are expanding the scope of something, you would have to re-advertise it. In this case, you would be aligning with the current city ordinance. You could change the language to indicate that this would be in accordance with current ordinance, and that would be okay, because they meet more frequently, not less frequently.
Oh, okay, well then, that would be an easy fix. But all the other things I brought up, should we just flush them down the toilet for now? I've worked so hard on this, my little brain is fried.
It still seems like it's kicking to me, but let's see here. We've got Councilor Bencomo and then Councilor Beta.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, David and Attorney Vega. I think for me, this going to TSI makes sense because, frankly, I think we have too many committees doing too much work and completely isolated sometimes. And, you know, we don't have a committee for the back ban. We don't have a committee for the noise ordinance. Like, not every single ordinance we pass needs to have an advisory committee for specifically that issue. However, the TSI PRC handles issues of transportation and whatever way that looks like. And I do think that we are able to then, I imagine that these performance measures, the intent to bring them to some sort of committee is to make sure that it's working. And if it's not, make changes. And it's not after all what the PRCs are for, right? To bring forth policy, either new policy or changes in policy. And so I feel like, to me, it makes sense to do that, and they're open to the public. And also, Christine, I don't know if you have it right in front of you, but what does membership currently look like for TSI? And then I know that we had pretty specific people that we wanted on that committee. I don't necessarily think we could also revisit the membership, right? And not have to slow this down even further, but then, revisit the PRC membership. Even though when this would come to TSI on a quarterly basis, doesn't mean that members of the public who are advocates about this can't come to that meeting and provide feedback, right? So, I mean, at this point, I don't know, maybe I'm just cynical and tired, but I just think that we just have too many committees sometimes. And I think the TSI is a great place for us to talk about these kinds of issues. The other thing I'll say, Mayor, is that unfortunately, and this is something the MPO will send to this committee soon, crash report data is 2 years old. So the city and MDOT, NPO doesn't get crash report data. The data we got to this year was 2 years old. And that's a matter at the state legislature. That's a matter, something at the state has to change in order for us to get more immediate data. The El Paso MPO gets crash data every single day, right? And so I just think it also, yes, it is this and this policy, and it's a piece of the much bigger puzzle that we need to put in place in order for pedestrians and bicyclists to be safer. So I just wanted to also lift that up because I think it's a huge issue, and it's something we could advocate for the state to at least provide, 6-month data. But I just wanted to mention that, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor and council, I will point out that the University of New Mexico does provide monthly crash data statistics. I'm currently looking at the New Mexico monthly traffic fatality report for 2021, and it does break it down by various incidents. So it is available monthly. They already have January statistics out. So if you go to the UNM website, they will have some of that. Probably not all of the detail you'd like, but they do have it monthly.
Thank you, Jennifer, Attorney Vega. And I mean, I wish Andrew was here, but I think that, so UNM does provide the data every year as well. I know, I'm not an expert, but I know that there's a reason why we wanted to change the way that this data is reported.
Okay, we've got Councilor Beta.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also in favor of having the TSI look at this. As we've mentioned before, we've really identified specific people that we'd like to attend and be part of this event. But as we know, when we make ordinances, they are supposed to be for a very long time, and that can even outlast individuals' capacities in certain positions. And so by placing it in a structure that we have here, I think solidifies it a little bit better. And then perhaps we can be very intentional when we get the biannual reports of inviting specific community members to those meetings to help give input and see the reviews. Thank you.
So just to clarify, Councilor Curran, were you, the wording, and that's what just threw me off, where it was more of a oversight committee?
Well, I think,
can you repeat again what you were wanting to do as far as an amendment?
And I'm not attached to this. I just don't want us to send it through with no specific committee named. So if we say it's an advisory committee, I'm fine with that as well, if that's a different thing. But I think that as it exists, it would just kind of be like, hypothetically, we have an advisory committee. So my proposed amendment was to use one of the existing functions, the TSI committee, and this amendment actually came from the TSI committee when we heard from this. When we heard about this, that was part of the conversation about 2 weeks ago, to use and then strike an existing advisory committee and the word "or," and then just write the Transportation Sustainability and Infrastructure Public Policy Review Committee, writing that out. So that was, and then to the question of the reports, it seems like biannual, if they're twice annual, they would still be able to come to the PRC, just not that it would be every meeting of the PRC. So I don't know if I am reading that right, but so that's it.
Okay, so there's no more of using the TSI as an oversight committee. That no, you just, I thought you had used it. So you just want to just use it as an advisory committee?
I wanted to take out the language about using an existing advisory committee. That's all. I didn't.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to name a specific group.
Okay.
So.
All right. I heard. I apologize. I thought I heard something other.
Mayor and council, if that is the will of the city council, what I would recommend is you would have to make an amendment to the PRC ordinance, because this does expand the scope of the PRC. It specifically says establishing and monitoring complete streets performance measures. That's not a current duty of the PRC. The PRC is created to make policy recommendations, not do this type of monitoring. You can do that. You just need to make an amendment to their duties.
Okay, so Jennifer, then it would be ill-advised to insert that now, right? Wouldn't we? Would you want this table to go back to the PRC to expand that authority and then circle back and put this in?
Mayor and council, I would recommend bringing that amendment at the same time, coming back and bringing the amendment at the same time, just because you don't want it to conflict.
Right. That's
Yes.
So basically, we're going to have to table this again, is what I'm hearing.
I will withdraw my amendment.
Well, he never put through one. I was just asking you what you wanted to do. But we can probably still do the not, because I think that one's okay. But I think if we just keep adding this other information, we're going to just have to just table it again. Yes, Councilor Flores.
I agree with you, Mayor. And as far as expanding or whatever, because it's the consensus right now, are the comments we've made, it seems like everybody wants it to be a part, the TSI to be.
Not everybody.
I'm saying the consensus.
Okay, well, you said everybody. And it's just because of the procedural, just the procedural part of it, that's all. I just want to get this passed.
Well, procedures, no, because procedure is sometimes substantive. It has an outcome. So we just can't do it for the sake of, procedurally, and let's go home. I mean, I'm starving. I haven't even had lunch. I'm starving. I'm ready to eat that gavel over there. But I think that this language has to be cleaned up, under section 32-45. I think that the language of the PRC works, and so to be a PRC as opposed to have an advisory committee. I think advisory committees are wonderful, but the PRCs, we meet monthly, and they're open to the public. And then setting forth the duties of the committee, we can change some of that language, as Councilor Corrin pointed out. So your Attorney Vega Brown, you said that the directives under this statute as to the function of the PRC is beyond the provisions of the PRC statute, ordinance. So we'd have to, so what do we do? Should we just scratch this part? Should we? Yeah, just leave it. Yeah, the mayor's hungry for a steak and lobster. But, so is it wise to, well, I can't ask for your wisdom here. I'm just wondering.
You can ask me.
Wow. Yeah, because if we accept this as it's, I don't want to, thank you very much for your offer, but no, thank you. So Attorney Vega Brown, if we were to just cross out, just take the PRC to be the committee, TSI committee, then we would, as the way things stand now, the duties of the committee can't be enumerated. If we were to adopt this right now, because we would be, it would be in opposite, or it would be inconsistent with the duties of the PRC. This ordinance would be telling the PRC how to conduct business, and that would be contradictory.
Can I just make a little suggestion?
I was asking the attorney.
Yeah, I know, but let me just jump in. So if we just do the first one, remove the not, pass it, okay? Then we'll come back. Staff already knows what the council wants to do. Then they'll bring back. We'll work on getting the PRCs expanded, like what you said, and then we'll come back and insert the TSI into this document.
No, I don't think that's what I know I'm not saying
Well,
that.
no, I know that's not what you're saying, but you're asking for what should we do?
I was asking the city attorney.
Okay.
But thank you. I know you got your MBA, so, that's definitely to be respected.
I'm just trying to help out here.
No, you're trying to get home. But, so Attorney Vega Brown, it's only 5:20. We still have 3 more hours to go.
I don't go home till 7, 8 o'clock at night.
I know,
work that.
I know. So Attorney Vega Brown, we would, if we wanted, because I can't see passing a statute right now that contravenes or adds duties to an existing statute ordinance. I find that problematic because we wouldn't be able to carry it out. We wouldn't be able, if we pass this with this language, we would not be able to carry it out until we pass the PRC.
Mayor and council, either way, you'll have to adjust the PRC ordinance to be consistent with this, and you'll have to readjust this to be consistent with, right now they conflict. So there's just some minor changes that would need to be made. Either way, you could pass it today and make those changes later. You could do it either way.
It's a mess.
So Jennifer, we can just remove the PRC portion temporarily, right?
That's correct.
Make amendment, just take out the not, remove the portion about the PRC, then pass it, then come back, and then staff can come up with the different verbiage and move that forward, and at the same time, concurrently put the TSA as the PRC for this complete streets. Yeah, we can do that. Can someone make that motion, the amendment? Councilor Abeyta?
Mayor, I make the motion in accordance to all the guidelines that you just stated.
Seconded, Graham.
I think that's incorrect procedure.
Do we need to
I really
vote
do.
on them one at a time, right? The not first and then the...
Yes, but I don't know what section it is. If somebody could let me know what section, what sentence.
Okay, let's start with the not first. Yeah, and we've got to finish before 6 because the P&Z is showing up. I see Commissioner Gordon. This is a Tuesday, as a reminder.
Mayor, I do believe that Councilor Flores was the one that first brought up that not, and so maybe she has that written down on that exact area.
Okay, so not, okay. The not we want to eliminate is found at page 3, line 22. So it's section 32-43, subsection A, subsection 7. And the word not appears, subsection 7 appears at line 20 through 23, and they're off a little bit, but más o menos in that area. And then, so it would, So it would read, roadway projects excluding routine maintenance and non-routine maintenance projects, which are only intended to maintain the current condition of the roadway, comma, not. That word would be out.
Okay, so you're going to put that in the form of an amendment, a motion to the amendment.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what? David, I think yep, the light just went on.
Yeah.
No, I think that eliminating not,
You wipe out half the ordinance.
you wipe, yeah. So I withdraw my motion, or my emotion, my whatever. But thank you anyway, Councilor Bates. I'm so
withdrawn.
sorry.
Withdrawn.
But that was exactly what David, thank you.
Okay. Okay, and Councilor Beta, did you want to do the other one?
And that was to remove the word PRC.
Or maybe Councilor Coran
Yeah.
can do that, since she has that handy.
This is in section 32-45 under implementation, in the first sentence on line 22, eliminating the word or PRC. Crossing those out.
Christine, were you able to find that? Okay, so you'll make that in the form of an emotion, as an motion.
I move that we strike the words or PRC from line 22 of section 32-45 implementation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Coran, second by Councilor Abeta. Discussion on the amendment. Yes, Councilor Flores.
Thank you. So it'll just say PRC, the city shall use. How will it read based on her?
We're trying to remove the PRC temporarily, so it doesn't conflict like you had just discussed with Jennifer.
you.
Then staff's going to come back with more verbiage, and then we're going to do it concurrently and add the TSA.
Yes.
There you go.
Mayor and council, and actually, you don't ever have to come back to this. If you adjust the PRC ordinance itself, it'll still do the same thing.
Oh, right, great, thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved in second. Any questions from council? More? Members of the public? Seeing none on the amendment. Christine.
This is on the motion to amend Ordinance 2993, Section 32-45, to remove the words or PRC from the first sentence. Councilor Abeta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Coran.
Yes, sorry, I left my thing on.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we're back on the main motion, so are there any questions on this? Do you guys understand about by removing the word not is not good? Okay, we're good. All right.
No, it is good, I'll explain.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Ordinance 2993 as amended. Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Coran,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to board appointments. And these two to the redistricting committee, Terry Cook is District 3 appointment, and Michael Harris is District 6 appointment. And so for members of the public, these are appointments by the actual city councilors and not by myself. I say that because there was an IPA request, wanted to know if I had anything to do with these appointments. I don't even know Terry Cook or Michael Harris. Oh, okay. Now, the next one, board appointments listed by me and advice of consent of council to the City Art Board, Dr. Adam Amador, which is a new appointment, who I do know. So I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Graham. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Dr. Adam Amador to the City Art Board. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores? Councilor Gondeta?
Yes. Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
I know.
Okay, to the Transit Advisory Board, Daniel Buck, a new appointment. Need a motion and a second.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Daniel Buck to the Transit Advisory Board. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, Kelly Brooks to the Doña Ana Community College reappointment. Need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Who made the motion? Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Abeta. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Kelly Brooks to, or reappoint Kelly Brooks to the Transit Advisory Board. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, Michelle Carbajal, NMSU reappointment. Motion second.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta. Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Michelle Carbajal to the Transit Advisory Board. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay. That's it?
There's one more reappointment.
No. Charles Clements, sorry. Resident appointment.
So
reappointment.
moved.
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Bencomo. Okay. Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Charles Clements to the Transit Advisory Board. Councilor Abeta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
And Mayor?
Yes. Okay, notice of proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinance number 11.1, Council Bill number 22-016, ordinance number 2994.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. Number 11.2, Council Bill number 22-017, ordinance number 2995.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. Okay, City Council member board reports and comment. I'm going to pass on what I was the only thing I'm going to tell you is I'm still going to have my State of the City address. I'm looking at the first Wednesday or Thursday in March, so in a couple weeks. You'll find, I'll let you guys know. And I would like to do it, I know we still are going through COVID, but I'd like to still do it here. I'd like to do it here in council chambers, but Ifo and his team and the management team and council, and then if any members of the public want to, but you all would be the priority, and then whoever, if there's seats left. I'm not going to be inviting like I usually do, but I want to do it here in council chambers. I actually mentioned all of you, so some more than others, but still. Okay? I mentioned all of you. Ifo gets a lot of it, though. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to publicly thank from the bottom of my heart Jamie Michaels. I know this week is Jamie Rickman. I'm so sorry, Jamie. Hi. It's late. But Jamie, what can I say? You've been such a wonderful addition to the city. I know this week will be your last week, and I want to say how grateful I am to you and all that you've done to help me in preparing for meetings, for answering constituent concerns. You certainly will be missed. Good luck in your next endeavors, and I just wanted to say that publicly. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Many wishes on your retirement, Jamie. Councilor Flores. Oh, that's right, your brain is done. We'll just go.
What?
Nothing.
I already said everything I needed to say. Oh, no. There's 3 more hours left. So anyway, I really want to thank the biking community, you in particular, George, for being here. I want to thank Mahesh for being here. Thank you so much. And Sherry Thomas, who has left. And I also want to say that I'm very sorry, very, very sorry that Jamie, you're not leaving us. We all love you very much, and I don't know what we're going to do without you. When I I'm not going to say, there isn't a day that doesn't go by where I get problematic emails, and the ones that are the most difficult I send to you. And I send them out, of course, to you. In addition, the less problematic ones, the ones that are more like something the EFO should know or department head should know. And I don't know what I'm going to do without you, because you have so much institutional knowledge, and you're so caring and so compassionate. And if it was in my power, I would double your salary. Anything to keep you, because you're, as I say, invaluable. You're a real jewel in the crown of this city. Well, assuming we have a crown. But okay, the 3 crosses. But thank you, Jamie, and I hope we continue our friendship beyond your employment here at the city. And that's, and I have good news. I think you've all heard that was a sad news, Jamie. The good news is that it looks like Senator Ben Ray Lujan is recovering. And I looked at the video closely, and he was sitting, so it looks like he really can't, he isn't walking. Maybe he's not walking, I don't know. But I looked at pictures that I have of him to make sure it was his eyes. You know, he has one eye bigger than the other. One of his eyes is bigger. So he seems to be recovering, and I just wanted to share that. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Grant.
Thank you. I didn't know that about Jamie, but I second everything that's been said about your extraordinary ability to work with people, us included. I think about difficult people inclusively, and so thank you for in these 2 months being extraordinarily helpful. In the time that I've known you, so I'm sad to see you go. I do want to give a couple of updates from a few committees. In particular, I think that I've been in conversations with the mayor and Christine and some other members of the community today, hearing from former Mayor Chavez about the infrastructure committee. I think that's on TSI's agenda, and we're in conversations to be thinking proactively about working all together and breaking down silos to make sure that we can capitalize on the infrastructure funding. And I also had the opportunity this past week to visit with the Junior Leadership Academy. Yeah, Mandy isn't here anymore, but with the Junior Leadership Academy, which were a bunch of students who might eventually, with luck, be sitting up here instead of us. And so it was really extraordinary to see their thoughtful inputs and what they hope for our city. And so I just wanted to say what a great rejuvenating experience that was. So to that end, I'm done.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, absolutely. Jamie, I don't know what the last 2 years would have been like without you. So my sincerest gratitude to you and wish you all the best in your retirement. So well deserved, absolutely. Thank you. And speaking of, Jamie has helped me plan my community meeting for March 3rd at 5:30 at the Benavides Center off McClure. So I hope that people come and do some fun visioning with us. I'm very excited. I think, Jamie, you've done an excellent job with Carla, and I think we're in very good hands. So looking forward to working with you more, Carla. Honestly, because today there was a mention of the crisis intervention team, Aoife, I would love us to have a public update on where that is and how that's going and how that will be implemented. That's it for me on updates. I did want to just say a couple things. I feel really emotionally drained today from this meeting. I think the outcome of voting on the ARPA process feels good. We're moving forward. It's not even about that. But it's about, frankly, some of the behavior that I saw today. Just not too long ago, earlier this month, we voted on a resolution to adopt standard rules and procedures for the City Council. And part of that reads, I'm going to read it. The City Council recognizes that expressive activities by speakers and non-speakers are important to the democratic process and valuable in communicating diverse viewpoints. To preserve a safe, non-threatening environment for all in attendance, all persons attending City Council meetings shall observe the same rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct applicable to the members of the City Council. And if we're asking members of the public to be held to that standard, we do too. We need to hold ourselves to that standard. And by no means is this a calling out, but maybe a calling in, that just because we're up here on this fancy raised stage, that we get to talk down to people, particularly staff. And there's a way to, I also get frustrated. I get frustrated that things move slow in a bureaucracy. David gets it from me, and there's a way for us to express our frustrations without being rude and disparaging. And today I felt like that happened, and I'm walking away today very heavy and embarrassed, and I hope that we get to extend that decorum, especially to staff, but certainly to the members of the public too, who many of them sat through this really long conversation and deserved to have some time to give public comment. And that didn't happen today. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo, for always being real and being a heart up here. I'm going to add my voice to the Jamie adoration consensus. I've only been here for about 2 months, but you have been so integral to making me learn the ropes here and feel welcome and at home here. So thank you. And from everyone who's known you for years to those of us who have only known you for a couple of months, you will be missed. Also wanted to give a big thank you to Director Walsh, who I see is sitting out there. Councilor Curran and I got the first half of our utilities tour last week in extremely windy conditions, but everyone was so cool and still was willing to climb to the top of water tank with us so I could get a picture of me looking like I'm in Titanic or something. But no, seriously, it was absolutely wonderful to start to learn more about my city, seeing how Director Walsh interacts with her staff. It was very cool and very inspiring. So thank you. Looking forward to the next part. And finally, on a personal note, and this might seem really frivolous, does it have to be this cold in here? Maybe it's just me, but I feel like I'm in, thank you for those snaps, Councilor Bencomo. I feel like I want to do the Mean Girls thing where you're like, raise your hand if you've been personally affected by the temperature in this council. So I apologize, but if there is any way maybe it's just me, but I don't think it's just me. Can I have a space heater or can it be warmer in here? Thank you.
Councilor Graham, I apologize. That was my fault. Yeah, no, it was. I know you're relatively new here, and I can still go back to other council members who bring in their parkas. I will do my best to keep it at a decent,
Wow.
65 or whatever.
What? No.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. It was just hot in here. It was just, and I thought there was going to be a full house. I just wanted it cool.
No,
We're good.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Beta.
Thank you. I feel like I'm running out on the clock here. So thank you again to Jamie for everything that she's done. Honestly, I think you're one of the very first individuals that we get to really engage and interact with and lean on as we get up here in these positions. So thank you for everything. And I look forward to seeing new adventures with you and your cat as well, who has his own Facebook page, by the way. Yes, he does adventures. So thank you so much. And thank you to the professionalism of the staff today as we discussed really heavy topics. I do want to just make mention. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor. Okay.
Mayor, I know we're running short in time. If I can just reserve this time then to also add my thanks to Jamie. And Jamie and I have talked at length, and I just want to say publicly too, Jamie has been a blessing to me as a city manager coming here. I don't know what I would have done without Jamie as well. And I just want to make sure she knows that and everyone else knows that. But she definitely will be missed. And we'll have more time to talk, Jamie, as we have. But also want to mention that Carla Walton will be acting interim for Jamie. And, Carla said it best today when she talked about Jamie being her mentor and helping her. And so Jamie has prepared a way for us to move forward without her here, although she's going to be here. I don't know if she wants to be bothered, but reserving the right to just some of us can bother her, I guess. But thank you. Mayor, if that's okay, I'll leave it at that.
Sure, that's good. Okay, with that, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, it's 5:45 p.m. We are adjourned. Thank you.